Hi. This is Kelly, and I have with me my friends David, Matya, Stephen, Michael, and Sandra.
Oh my goodness, that's quite a clutch of students. So where are you all from?
Well, I'm from California.
New York City,
Toronto, Canada, Kansas City,
Westboro, Massachusetts.
Knoxville, Tennessee.
A good range. You having a good day today?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, please?
Are you having a good day?
Are we having a good day? Yeah.
Is this better than the day you got your admit letter to MIT?
Ooh, is this better than the day we got our admit letter to MIT? That's a pretty tough call.
I would say so.
This is much more of a relief.
Probably, yeah.
I guess much more of a relief.
It's much more of a relief because you got out?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Because you got out finally.
Well, because we got out finally. I guess so.
So Lise, Kelly.
Yeah.
So just give me one memorable moment at MIT.
One memorable moment at MIT.
A person, a thing, a course.
I guess, I don't know, right now standing here with Sandra, who I work with on the ambulance, the only thing that's coming to my mind is the ambulance, so hi to all the EMTs out there.
Did you save anybody's life this week?
Not this week. Did we save anyone's life? No. We didn't work this week. I don't think we were.
So what's the most dramatic EMT thing you did? I used to be an EMT years ago in New York State.
Oh, wait, what was your question again? I'm sorry, it's really loud.
It's really loud over there, everybody. There are a million graduates. What's the most memorable EMT thing you did?
The most memorable EMT thing I did was showing up one time to a choking victim and finding him completely out on the ground. And I wasn't actually involved with his care, but I was involved with the hysterical wife care, which ended up being a lot more memorable than anything else I've ever done.
Ah, yes. So MIT students save the world and individual lives as well. So you guys, we have to close this now. You want to give a big shout out and a thank you to people who are here today? Each
Shout
of you.
out and thank you to people who are here.
What?
Shout out and thank you to people who are here.
Thanks to all the friends. I mean, I wouldn't be here without you guys.
Thanks to all my friends and my mom and dad, who I wouldn't be here without them.
Thank you, Mom and Dad.
Thanks to my mom and dad for helping me get here. Thanks, Mom, Dad, and Eric.
And I have to say the same. Thanks, Mom and Dad. I gotta thank my brother, too. He graduated class of '99. He's also a reason why I'm here.
Oh, have fun today, you guys.
Thanks. You too.
Now, the technology that enable us to interview the students over at the Johnson Athletic Center is the same technology that we use for much greater distances. Last year at Tech Day, MIT's annual alumni reunion, President Charles Vest conducted a particularly long distance interview with a distinguished alumnus from the class of 1989, astronaut Mike Fink, aboard the International Space Station, some 400 kilometers above the Earth. Let's see this long-distance communication.
Mike, welcome to your reunion.
President Vest, thank you very much for a kind introduction. I'd like to check our comms. Can you hear me?
We can hear you very well.
When we were setting this up with NASA, they were wondering if we'd be able to get a good audio and video, and I can see you guys great. I'm glad you guys can hear me. And I said if anybody could do great audio and video, it's MIT.
Getting a lot of applause there.
I miss MIT 15 years ago, and everybody who was an alumnus in front of me said, you know, it goes by fast, and boy, it really does. And I'm sure I'll probably feel that way after 20 and 25 years. But the nice thing about having time is it's given me a little bit of perspective, and the view we have on the planet from up here gives me some more perspective. And what MIT does is very important. The mission of MIT, the way that MIT goes about teaching its students, and the way that MIT is not afraid to be world class. These are very important things to the entire planet.
Now, when the class of 2005 were sophomores, a good number of them took MIT's renowned mechanical engineering course, 2007. This is a much emulated course where students design, engineer, and build a machine that accomplishes a specific task. All this hard work culminates in an end-of-the-semester contest where students compete head-to-head in MIT's most exciting spectators sport. We offer first a retrospective look at the evolution of the course over the last 30 years, followed by highlights from the contest from 2002, the year the class of 2005 were hard at work as sophomores. Pay close attention, and you might recognize your graduates among some of the competitors.
.270 started long, long ago in a place actually not far away, the basement of this building. We gave the students a creativity kit.
But inside the tube is a rod that is the piece of welding rod.
And I was a graduate student at the time and worked closely with the students and learned that for their first design project, it was really hard for them to decide what to do.
And this is where the lanyard's going to be attached, and that'll be stretched out.
So the next year, we decided that we'd give them a kit of materials, but give them a very specific thing to try to accomplish.
I'm doing that for likeness to cut mass, but basically it's for looks and aesthetics.
And they got into it immediately, and that sort of got the ball rolling. And 270 began with a very simple contest that involved making a machine go down a hill in 3 minutes.
Go down and just drill big holes in those until you're okay.
The 270 contest evolved to where it is today. When we first started, it was a simple machine doing a single thing while people watched, and it was quite slow. After a while, we had machines side by side doing things so that you could see some competition, and then we got interested in what happens if the machines actually collide in the middle and compete for territory.
Tie the knot, move it back, place it, set it in the sand.
From that, we evolved robotically controlled things.
Get set, go!
And that has become a much more interactive, interesting thing to watch. But the most important thing that happened was the students took on the challenge. They competed like crazy, but helped each other in the process. That, I think, is one of the most important things about 270, 2007 first. The whole idea that you can work together, but still compete and help each other. A shared environment, a shared learning experience. A great model for what the profession of engineering ought to be about.
I first came in contact and actually heard about it when I was here as an undergraduate. And Woody Flowers was my Europe advisor for, actually I was blueprinting an engine for my pickup truck. And I was kind of looking forward to taking 270, but I had blown my engine on my truck, so he actually agreed to let me, at that point, rebuild the engine on my truck. And so I was peripherally involved. I was always looking in on the class, and gee, that looked like a lot of fun. But never really got around to doing it. Always kind of wishing I had, but vicariously living it by helping my friends and stuff. And then I graduated, went off to work, came back as a professor, and then I taught one section in it, because the course has the main instructor in charge of the whole class, where you're really the manager or the captain of the ship. So if I recall, there was a committee for a while, and they were debating to whom to give the class to. And they said, well, the only person who really should teach is Alex, because he has good taste in fashion. And we need someone with good taste in fashion. So They asked me if I would do it, even though I don't have tenure, and I said, okay, but let's go ahead and involve the undergraduates more in actually running it, and that'll be like a whole army of people helping. That was kind of a birth of the undergraduate assistant arm of it. And we've been having fun ever since.
The contest is just a lot of fun.
It's one of the best classes I will ever take. I'm sure of it.
270 rocks.
270's changed a lot. Now it's remote control, interactive, lots of things happening. That happened gradually.
The real thing that has changed is that we've gone to radio control from the old days of a tether. So now the machines have a lot more freedom. And it also means in designing the contest, we can put more things into it, so it's more like a pinball machine.
At first, the students were required to do pencil drawings of devices before they would go build them. And most of them wouldn't, they'd just go start building. Then we learned drafting, computer-aided drafting, and they use those tools to help a little bit. Now we're at the point where you can do solid models, and the tools are becoming much more useful. The students will do that because it's actually fast and works. And we're getting to the point now where the on-screen dynamic simulations are good enough that you can actually use them to get an insight about what's going to happen.
So the kit has evolved with the class, with technology in general. We just give them primarily raw materials, sheets of aluminum, bars of metal, just gears, bearings, motors. That's it. We just give them the most basic of Lego bricks. And then they design, cut, fold, weld, put together real machinery from it.
We always try to change, the character of the transportation problem if there is one involved. One year we had putting a square peg in a round hole, which was a lot of fun, and MIT students can do that. It's probably a good experience.
So the contests have not really changed at all in the sense that they are to provide a challenge to the students that when you look at the contest, there is no single right answer. No one can look at this and say, aha, that's how you win.
So if you get to the end and there's 4 or 5 completely different designs that are competitive, it's a good sign.
And it's fun because all the students they're really excited, and it's not just, oh, another problem set, let's see. It's like, wow, I'm really doing something useful. Wow, cool, this is cool, I'm gonna win, yeah.
In 270 and 2007, we try hard to make sure the students know that they have the freedom to try something different. Just get your instructor on board and say, you know what, I don't know if I'm going to do this or not, but I want to try this crazy thing. And that's okay, because it's not about winning the competition. It's about doing a meaningful, good job.
When I start the class off, first lecture, I say, okay, everyone wants to win this contest. But first of all, it's not a contest. It's a celebration. It's just a great geeking time. Get together with your robots and yow, we're gonna have fun. Because statistically, everyone here is going to lose. Because your chances of winning are only 1 in 120. So chill out, relax, have fun. And when you're having fun, A, you will do better. And B, when other people ask you for help or you see someone who needs help and you help them, you learn. And the more you learn, the better chance you will of doing better yourself. And that's true in your professional life also.
You compete like crazy, and you get a lot of kudos for helping other people. One of the things that teaches, by the way, is that ideas are cheap. The combination of ideas and execution and excellence in the whole process is what really matters. So occasionally someone would keep their secret. They would say, this is my idea, and I'm not going to tell anybody. And they would do that for a while, and they looked up and said, wait a minute. Everybody else has had the same idea, and they've chosen not to. Maybe this is not, maybe I'll talk to people about what I want to do.
I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down.
When you're a student, failing early and often is a very healthy thing to go through, because every time that happens, pick yourself out, say, I now understand something that was very important here. I'm going to use that information to go forward.
If you don't fail, you will never have fun. The trick is to learn how to fail, and that's a very important part of what we want to teach them in this class.
It's also nice to have an environment in which failing is okay. The competition is always designed so that there are lots of ways to go, and consequently there are a lot of ways to hide your ego. You know, you can try something that has very low probability of work, but your instructor will say, hey, go for it. Later in life, if you have not established a faith in your own ability to be creative, it's really hard to do that when the stakes are so high. If you make a mistake, you might lose your job. So while you have a chance to test your creative wings, you better do it.
Okay, welcome back. How about you in the cheap seats? Can you see us? Wave. Way in the back there. I'm the Dean of Admissions, Marilee Jones. Let's talk to some more students. Who do we have here?
Hi. Hi. We're part of the MIT Muses. I'm Alki. I'm Tammy. I'm Fran. I'm Nikki.
Oh, good morning, ladies.
Hello.
So where are you from?
I am from Lexington, Massachusetts. I'm from Hong Kong. I'm from Cambridge, Massachusetts. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia.
Oh. And quickly, your majors?
What's that?
Your majors here.
Oh, I am course 6-1, electrical engineering. I'm economics major, course 14. Course 8, physics. I'm course 9, brain and cognitive sciences.
Okay, so who are the Muses? What do you do?
We are MIT's only all-female a cappella group, and we like to sing, except that's past tense. We like to sing. Very sad.
Too bad. You're going to be breaking up.
Oh,
So let's
no.
see, can you sing the national anthem?
The national anthem?
No, just kidding. They're going to sing that later. Okay, can you sing some MIT song like, hey,
Sure.
what about the
sing?
Beaver Call song?
Oh, okay, the beaver call. Beaver call. Okay. Okay. Ready? Okay. Ready, go. I'm an engineer, you're an engineer, we are engineers all. And when we get together, we do the engineer call. EDX, UDX, EDX, DX, cosine, secant, tangent, sine, 3.14159. Integral, radical, mu, dx, elliptic, spiral, MIT. That's a great.
Very good. So you love the Muses. So why don't you each quick tell me something wonderful and memorable that you
Wonderful
loved
and
at MIT.
memorable that we did
Maybe
at
your
MIT.
favorite hack or something.
Our favorite hack? I don't know. Do you guys have any?
I like the Lord of the Rings on the dome.
I don't know. Me neither. Yeah.
How about something memorable?
Something memorable. Well, we went to DC this IAP and sang. We went on a little tour and we sang at like state representative offices, at hospitals, on the street, everywhere, and it was really awesome. So, it's been a fun time. And yeah.
Okay, so quick call out to your parents and say thank you.
Call out to our parents.
Oh, good. Well, thank you, ladies. That was good. We have one more student interview there. Can you hand your stuff off to him?
Sure, of course. Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. I believe there are 9 a cappella groups at MIT. A lot of singers here. There's something about that math gene and the music gene. When one gets triggered, the other goes on as well. There are a number of a cappella groups here. This is the only female group. I noticed they changed the words to some of that song. And there are mixed, and there are all men as well. So right now in Johnson, if you're wondering what's happening to your children or your loved one, they're actually robing, and they're getting in line, and they have to stay in the exact place in line because they're going to receive their actual diploma. MIT does this very differently from other schools. In other schools, you just go up and get some empty case, and here you get the actual diploma. So they have to get in line and stay in line, and this is why this is a big production. How are we doing? Do we have our student there? Okay, who's there? Oh, it's it's Eric Chevy.
Hello.
Eric.
Hello. Can
How
you
are
hear me?
you? Eric, where are you from?
I'm from Los Angeles.
So I think Eric and your mom and your sister are here today too, and they brought Los Angeles weather with you.
Yes, we should thank the nature spirits for the good weather today.
I know, it's the great MIT weather machine.
Hi
So
to
can
my
you-
mom and hi to Jennifer out there
Okay,
in the
good.
audience.
So can you sing the national anthem?
Say it again.
Can you sing the national anthem?
Can I sing?
No, never mind. So Eric,
Yeah?
this is the most connected student at MIT. Eric knows everybody here.
Well, my connections didn't go that way. My tassel didn't have a little class of 2005. Everyone has a little 2005 and mine didn't have it. So I think I got a raw deal. And my hat barely fits. So my connections don't go too far. They don't work at the Coop.
Eric is a winner of the Compton Award, which is the highest award a student can win for service at MIT. So how's your day been going?
It's been pretty good. Just
Yeah?
looking around, seeing a bunch of friends, and lots of people here. It's a big crowd.
What's it like over there, Eric?
It's chaotic, but it's under control. It's very loud. Everyone's around, and it's fun. I'm running into people I haven't seen in a while.
So what happens to you if you step out of line?
I think you get in big trouble.
I think they don't give you that 2005 for your hat.
Yeah, they're starting to move now, I think. It's around 8:50. We have to report back pretty soon.
So give me just one memorable moment that you spent at MIT.
One memorable moment. My swim test. Barely making it on the last lap. The day before the first day of classes. I almost didn't make it, but I got there.
So tell me, what is a swim test? A lot of people here don't even know what that means.
4 laps in the pool, non-stop. And if you don't make it, you don't graduate. That could be the hardest requirement for a lot of people, I think. But I barely did it.
So you have to take math and physics and chemistry and biology, and you also have to learn how to swim.
Yeah, the swimming is the tough one. That math is pretty easy.
So what's the square root of 79?
79. Uh-oh. A little less than 9. It should be about 8.9 or something, right? But I don't know how accurate I can make it.
So what's your favorite hack?
What's my favorite hack?
Yeah.
I don't know. Too many good ones. I'm not going to pick a favorite. I'll get in trouble with my friends. I know some of those kids.
Well, Eric helped us admit the past 2 freshman classes to MIT because he serves on the undergraduate admissions board. And so, Eric, I'm going to ask you, what do you do for the sheer joy of it?
Say it again?
What would you do for the sheer joy of it? Remember that question on the application?
We didn't have it, I think, our year.
I know you didn't, and I'm asking you now. This is your final exam, Eric.
That's a tough one. I don't know if I'm qualified to graduate. I guess I can't think of the answer. I would follow directions. I brought a water bottle today. I don't think the security's going to let me bring it through. Following directions might be what I should try to work on. After 4 years, I never really got around to doing that.
So what are you doing this summer, now that you're leaving? What are you going to do for a
I'll be working
living?
in New York City, trying to pay back MIT.
Okay, Eric.
Okay, thank you,
Wonderful
Mary.
to talk with you.
Great.
Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Now, here at MIT, there's a program in the School of Engineering that helps prepare aspiring engineers for the realities they'll face in the work of day-to-day world. Unlike The Apprentice, where only one individual is crowned a winner, the UPOP program Undergraduate Practice Opportunities Program aims to make them all winners. Let's take a look at the video.
UPOP stands for Undergraduate Practice Opportunities Program. It's a program in the School of Engineering that we have designed to help engineering students gain a better appreciation of the engineering practice, the workplace, and to help them acquire the skills they will need to be effective and be leaders in engineering practice out there.
We have 4 phases to the program. The first is a 40-hour corporate training seminar. It's called the Introduction to Engineering Practice Workshop that we teach during IIP. The second is a spring seminar series taught by alumni that focus on career development topics. The third is the summer practice experience where the students do an internship for 10 weeks during the summer. And then finally, we have a fall reflective experience where the students come back and share with other students, faculty, and alumni what they learned from their engineering practice experience and how it relates to what we taught them.
I think in doing a program like UPOP, the School of Engineering is making a very strong statement about undergraduate engineering education.
All right.
In the sense that not only do we have to have our students strong in their technical disciplines, but it is important that they have an appreciation and have the skills and ability to deal with engineering practice as they are in the real world.
The topics I was most interested about in the UPOP program were how organizations work, what engineers can do and what their role is within an organization, and what sort of factors you need to take into account when you are planning a business, such as marketing, knowing your customers, and working together with your whole team rather than just your engineers to deliver the product that people really want.
There was a little bit of warming up to do with the people I worked with, and I guess there were some challenges. They gave me my project for the summer, and on the first day I finished it, and they were a little confused as to what to do with me. But I know I explored around, and I ended up learning a huge amount, and I had a marvelous time there.
It definitely provided a different approach to things. You know, you think engineering, you think private industry, you don't necessarily think the public sector. People miss out on that, especially MIT students. They miss out on the opportunity to explore other realms because you have these great companies who come here, recruit the students, provide them with, you know, great packages for the summer. So it's hard to turn that down, and to have that opportunity to have some other opportunities available, like nonprofits or government or whatever, I think is a good it's a good thing for MIT students because you need MIT students in all aspects of life, including government.
I definitely see myself really curious and not just being able to come up with an idea, but marketing it. Because I've seen these companies fail, and this company was, you know, on the edge for a long time there. And so now I really want to learn about what makes a company and what can really make it great.
I think that the UPOP experience has been very important to my MIT education as a whole because it's really helped me get a perspective on the technologies and skills that I've been learning in my classes. While I know from my classes how to get the right answer to a problem, from UPOP I know how to put together questions, how to think about an organization or new technology or about my career and really how to set things up. So it's really taking a broader view and incorporating a lot of different elements from psychology, managerial science, marketing, pretty much everything. And when I add my MIT education to that, I feel very prepared for my career in the future.
So 2004, 2005 was a big year in sports. So 2004 and 2005 was a big year in sports here in Boston with a Super Bowl championship, and of course, the Red Sox won the World Series. Woo! I'm actually a Yankee fan, but when in Rome, boo! Now the 2000 007 contest is MIT's biggest spectator event. But a lack of spectators does not prevent MIT students from participating in athletics. In fact, it's not widely known that MIT has more varsity sports, 41, than almost any other college in the country, aside from the one up the river there. As this video illustrates, at MIT, students don't just sit in the stands, they also participate.
MIT sponsors a uniquely expansive athletic department, which features 25 intercollegiate sports, 40 club sport offerings, and 42 intercollegiate athletic programs.
Athletics are part of this notion of building a community and building a complete individual's education.
I certainly feel more well-rounded because of it. I feel that I've had the chance to excel in different aspects of my life.
MIT has the largest number of academic All-Americas in the country, with 114 since the program began in 1980. I think it showcases that our kids are doing exceptionally well in the classroom as well as on the field.
At the beginning of each season, the football coach says, "Gentlemen, the first priority for you is going to be your academics. The second priority is going to be football. And if your list doesn't look like this, then you shouldn't be in this room."
Nearly 60% of our undergraduates compete in organized sports at some level on campus.
It's a good thing because I met a lot of people that I wouldn't have met otherwise, who I would see afterwards. And I was like, "Oh, are you on my IM team? So how's it going? How's your research?"
They don't exist for themselves. They don't exist for the alumni to make the alumni feel good. We have them because they're part of the educational experience.
Edge, roll twice and roll. Out into the water, down.
The crew boat itself, the 70-foot boat, is a micromanaged system in and of itself. You've got the administrator, your coxswain, and then you've got your powerhouse, you've got your stroke, who is your leader of your powerhouse. And then you've got your 4 and 5 steeds, who are the peak of your boat. And then you've got your bow, who kind of guides you along in the little directions left and right. And so together you work as a team to the common goal.
They learn incredible amounts about leadership, teamwork, sportsmanship, and courage, the willingness to take risks and push their abilities beyond what they think they can achieve.
I have learned to push myself during races and during practices so hard and commit myself to a certain goal unequivocally and in a way that I never had before.
The MIT I knew in the 60s and early 70s had a proper emphasis on athletics and a tremendous diversity of sports and really emphasized participation. That part hasn't changed. But what's happened is there's an even greater variety of sports today.
If MIT doesn't have something, be it a club or an organization or a sport, if 2 people want to do it, they'll let you organize it and you can have it. It's up to the individual, but the MIT will embrace that.
It always has been in the past and always will be about opportunity for all.
One of the things that I think is particularly striking about the athletic program at MIT is the emphasis on participation in sports rather than spectator sports. You don't see the whole campus coming out to watch the football game on a Saturday afternoon like you might find on some college campuses, but you do see an incredible number of students that are engaged. Currently, about 20% of the students are involved in a varsity sport. About 80% of the students are involved in intramural sports, and 100% of the undergraduates are involved in the physical education program.
So it really lets students pursue their interests, whether they pursued them as an extracurricular activity through their school previously or whether it's something brand new.
We've been able to make major investments in facilities and support services that have enhanced an already vital program. The biggest single change has been the opening of the Zizziger Center.
The Z Center. That thing's just beautiful, man.
It just seemed like the MIT campus became healthier because people were more willing to work out, because there were more facilities and they were nicer.
The new facilities have been made possible because there was a vision on the part of MIT, but then the facilities could not have been created without the financial support of the alums who have come forth to say, yes, we recognize that that is an important priority and we want to be able to support it.
You'll be in there lifting weights and your professor will be in there lifting weights also or something, and say hi to them, and just little things like that, seeing people outside of the classroom and interacting not in an academic way, I think really helps build the community.
It's not just about the classroom or just about the laboratory, but it's about growing as a person. And part of that is working with other students or participating in sports or other sort of events, the arts, all of which will carry forward into their future lives.
Welcome back, everyone. This is like breaking news. I feel like I'm on Peter Jennings. Anyway, it's time for us to interview some of the families here today, because the point is that this is all about our graduates. So here we have several families. I have our first family here. So I want to introduce you.
I'm Tony Miller. This is Annette Taberner's parents, Manuel and Barbara.
Welcome. So your wife is graduating today,
Yes.
their daughter.
She's receiving her PhD in Speech and Hearing, Bioscience and Technology from the Division of Sciences and Technology.
You are also a
I'm
graduate
also a
student,
PhD student in the same program.
but she's graduating before you.
She is. She's 2 years ahead of me.
She's a little smarter than you.
Oh, definitely.
So tell me something. Her name is what again?
Annette Taberner.
Annette Taberner. Okay. So let's talk about Annette for a minute. So Annette grew up where?
In Miami, Florida. Her mother is a Cuban exile. Her father's from Argentina. She's the first person in the family to graduate from college.
So the very first person in your family to graduate from college, and she's getting her PhD from MIT. Nothing like going to the top. So here's a big call out to Annette over there robing and getting ready for this today. So why do you think her interest is in hearing and speech? Is there any of that in your family?
No, but she was originally trained as an electrical engineer, and she was very interested in communication technologies.
And how about you? Did you meet her here?
I met her here.
Oh my God, so you're like a real MIT family. Yes. We became your matchmakers. This is wonderful.
She not only received her PhD, she received her MRS at MIT.
Oh, her MRS. No babies yet?
No babies yet.
Sorry, I'm a mother. Sorry, forgive me. So tell me a little about your daughter. Tell me a little bit about Annette. What's she like?
Annette is very personable. She served on many committees here. She's an avid trap shooter when she's in Miami.
A trap shooter?
Shotguns.
Shotguns. So like pull, bang, like that?
Exactly. Yeah.
So she's got good hand-eye coordination?
Very good.
So she's nobody you want to make mad at you?
No, especially if you're one of those little clay discs. Don't do it.
And where do you live here?
We live in Davis Square, Somerville.
Okay, so not in the dorm place. Yeah. Well, welcome to you. I hope it's a wonderful day for you and a wonderful day for your daughter, Annette.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Okay. Great. So, Tom.
Yes, Marilee. I'm supposed to. So, the students being honored today have been at MIT during a period of unprecedented growth in student life and learning programs, resulting in the construction of new dorms, new classrooms, and a beautiful new athletic center. We recently produced a series of short video retrospectives where students talk about the MIT experiences outside of the classrooms and laboratories. Watch the screen, and you might once again catch a glimpse of your graduate.
When I came as a freshman, coming in, there's all these things thrown at you. So many activities to do, so many organizations.
And that's what's really so impressive about this place is that everyone's passionate about something.
You just have to talk to them for 5 minutes and you'll start to hear about it.
I think what surprised me most is really just how much there is to do and how many people are doing this stuff. Like, there's a club for almost anything you can imagine, and there's enough people to actually fill the club, too.
We're about to perform an opera made up on the spot from Italy. Let the opera begin.
I came to MIT, I was interested in computer science majoring, but I also like the arts. And my favorite type of art is dance. I love to dance. I've been dancing since I was 2.
I've been studying mechanical engineering at MIT, and during the time I've been here, I've been really involved in the hobby shop.
I came to MIT to major in computer science, but while I was here, I discovered lion dance.
What I also found here is a passion for service on a scale which is different from anything that I had really been able to conceive of.
We are going to explain about filter systems for water.
I was a coordinator of the Freshman Leadership Program. I've also done a lot of work within the community at different schools within the Cambridge system.
The thing that I'm most involved in right now is MIT Africa Internet Technology Initiative.
I play both field hockey and lacrosse. I am involved in a sorority, Alpha Phi.
I'm a small group leader, a small group Bible study leader for Asian Christian Fellowship. And I was involved in MIT Cross Buttocks, which is the only Christian a cappella group on campus.
I did, yes.
The range is just so large, it would take a huge amount of time just to enumerate the opportunities. In some sense, this challenge for the student is figuring out which of those things they want to do, because they can't do everything. They can't even do a small fraction of everything.
Hi, everybody, we're back. We're back with the Mahoney family. So let's talk about your kids. So, who's graduating today?
2/3 of our triplets are graduating today. Maya and Quinn Mahoney. Their sister Brenna graduated from Cornell University last weekend.
So two-thirds of your triplets are going to be in the Great Court in about an hour. So how come your other one chose to go to Cornell? That's what I want to know.
She's very bright.
He's mad at me because we were not able to get enough kids out of his high school. You teach there, right?
Right. I teach in an inner city high school in Washington, D.C. It's a public school, and we want to send our graduates to MIT.
Amen. Benjamin Banneker, right?
Benjamin Banneker Academic High School.
And so where did your triplets go to school?
Sidwell Friends School in Washington, D.C., where John taught for 24 years before he went to Benjamin Banneker.
Do you know, I remember these cases very well. I remember your children's cases. Oh, yeah. It's not every day you see twins or even triplets. Yeah. So do they have a good experience here?
They had a great experience, and our son Quinn was just involved with the Time Traveler Convention, and we're anticipating seeing some sort of prank this morning, but we don't know anything about it, and he certainly is not involved.
So he could be someone who knows people who have something to do with hacks.
Could be.
Could be. Could be.
Could be.
So where do they live here? Which living groups?
They live, even though they have the same major, Course 6, they live on opposite ends of the campus. Our son lives on East Campus, and our daughter lives in next house.
Next house. In 2 different zip codes.
So how are you financing 3 big educations? Plus you said you also have an older son, is that right?
Yes, and he's here today. He graduated from Carnegie Mellon University with a bachelor's and master's degree.
Oh my goodness.
And we had help from the grandparents.
Help from the grandparents. And would you have to hitchhike here for the graduation? Got no gas money anymore?
And we're going to ask them to pay us back.
They better get good jobs. Do they have good jobs lined up?
No. Our daughter's going to get her PhD in bioengineering, biomedical engineering at Purdue University, and our son's staying here for his master's. But they will eventually have good jobs and good lucrative jobs, and they'll pay us back.
And they'll take care of their parents in their old age. Hopefully. So did any future time travelers show up at the Time Traveler Convention?
They decided they'd rather show up at graduation.
That's great. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for sending your 2 kids to MIT. Any more at home? Any other Mahonies at home we should be looking for?
No, no younger ones. This is it.
This is it.
But there'll be another generation coming in about 30 years.
So now that you guys are empty nesters, so now what are you going to do? Now that you're broke and empty nested, what are you going to do?
Well, we travel a lot now. We're not totally broke.
And at my school, we do the first robotics competition, which was founded by Woody Flowers and Dean Segway. And Dean Kamen. And this is a way in which the influence of MIT has spread through the schools of this nation. Robotics is just turning kids into engineers, and it's just been a lot of fun.
So your kids are really loving that, are they?
Yeah, it's just been a great program. It's an extension of Course 270 into the high schools. Same sort of kit that we get, and it's neat. We do it in the back of my classroom.
Oh, that's great. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, and we're going to get some of those kids out of Banneker.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Hello again. Once again, I'm Tom Roscoe, the Institute Archivist and head of Special Collections and Archives in the libraries here, and that was Marilee Jones, Dean of Admissions. And welcome to you all, those just arriving for the ceremonies that are about to occur. Now, most people understand that MIT is a research institution and that new inventions happen all the time. And here's a look at the genesis of a particular recent student invention.
I like working on projects where I'm dealing with the smaller things in life, the little things that perturb you every day. And this problem of waking up in the morning is certainly something that I used to think about a lot when I was waking up. You know, I would hit the snooze button accidentally for up to 2 hours, or even accidentally turn the alarm clock off. So this was just sort of a way I could include some sort of playfulness inside technology and solve a problem without adding complexity. Alarm clocks are traditionally very annoying devices, and I wanted to create something that was playful and meaningful and that could sort of even excite some laughter in one of the most hateful times of the day. So I took an industrial design course at the MIT Media Lab that inspired me to create Clocky, and I came up with the idea and just sort of prototyped it for a few days, and from there I think somebody picked up on it and realized it was something that everybody could relate to.
Part of the goal of consumer electronics research here at the MIT Media Lab is to take advantage of the intelligence that we can put inside ordinary products to make them more delightful, to make them do the right thing, to make them behave in a predictable and understandable way. Clocky is a clock that has behavior. And as Gori likes to say, it has the behavior of a somewhat troublesome pet that you still love. And in this case, we also think the behavior is useful. And one of the reasons I believe that we've seen such a response from press and just from ordinary people to Clocky is that they understand exactly what it does, and they think that's going to help them wake up in the morning.
The concept for Clocky originally was not to use the most advanced technology, but to create a new place for technology that was playful and that had some personal meaning for an individual's life. Clocky is made up of a small computer inside that is programmed with a random generating sequence of numbers that control the speed and the direction that Clocky will move in. And it's connected to a couple motors and a couple wheels, and those enable it to move around the room. When you hit the snooze button, Clocky will sort of roll off the bedside table and wheel away on the floor, running in random directions and speeds until he finds a place to rest. And every day Clocky will find a new place to rest, so it's sort of like a hide-and-seek game that you would play every morning. Clocky is, of course, a research project at the Media Lab, and I'm currently developing more prototypes. But Clocky could soon be in production within a year. The Media Lab is a great environment for a project like this to emerge. I've been able to do everything from fabricating to programming to coming up with ideas and thinking about real-world problems, all in the space of one lab.
Well, I think Clocky answers a need that is felt across cultures throughout the world, and that is being able to get up in the morning when one really doesn't want to. And a snooze bar makes it very easy not to get up in the morning. Well, in this case, Clocky lets you use the snooze bar once, and then you have to go find the alarm clock in order to turn it off the second time. And by that point, you're out of bed. And it's a very simple scenario to explain. Anybody who has an alarm clock can understand exactly why this is an interesting idea. And the kinds of responses we've seen from people who have written to us or who have written on blogs on the internet around the world is that they understand what this is about. They may agree or they may disagree, but they can immediately see what the point is.
Okay, we're back. More families. This is my favorite part of the show. So would you introduce yourself?
My name is Pei-Ling Wei. I actually come from Los Angeles.
And who are you here for?
It's my son, his name is Michael Tan.
And he's graduating with a bachelor's degree in?
ECS.
That's Electrical Engineering Computer Science. And you too?
Yes, we are Soledad Sugai, and today my son Bruno is graduating from Comparative Media Studies.
Bachelor's degree?
Yes, he is. And
we've got a twofer here.
I'm Andre Sagai. I'm his little brother, and I'm also a CMS undergrad. I'm a rising senior right now.
So 2 boys at MIT. Yeah, you're pretty broke. So tell me about your son.
He's pretty exciting, and this is the dream school for him. So he's very, very exciting here. Learn everything a lot here. So,
what high school did he go to in LA?
He was at Beverly High School. Beverly Hills High School.
So you're the one responsible for the California weather.
Yes, it's wonderful here and also wonderful there too. So.
Because you know, those of you who are not from New England, you don't understand that the month of May was raining and freezing cold. So we knew all the Californians were here today. Okay, so. Now, your brother, he's comparative media studies. Yes. That's kind of a new major here, right?
Yeah, it's actually the second graduating class since it's become a major.
So it's safe to say that you guys are pioneers.
I like to think of it that way.
And now, where are you from?
Well, we're from South Carolina originally, but my parents have recently moved to Belmont, Mass.
Oh, Belmont. Oh, yes. Got to be close to the family.
Exactly.
I see.
Our 2 boys being here, it was closer to home then.
Do you have more at home?
No, it's just Bruno and Andre.
And they're both at MIT. So you're really a MIT family.
Yes, certainly we are. All our heart is with MIT.
So now what are you going to do you think, when you finish? I know, what's Bruno going to do, and then what are you going to do?
Bruno's looking into electronic music or digital music. I'm more of an advertising kind of person, so that's probably what I'm going to do.
So you're going to doing interesting summer work, summer jobs?
Myself, I'm working at the Tampa Tribune for the summer, doing the news media desk over there.
Tampa, Florida.
Yes. And Bruno is currently building his portfolio and looking for some good electronic music prospects. And he's also working with his band, the Hong Kong Regulars. So if you're around here, go check them out.
Okay. So it's nice to meet you, and congratulations. And here you go, Tom.
Now we're going to take another look at a research video about a recent invention.
This is Toddler, and this is Dr. Russ Tedrake. Together, they're covering new ground at MIT.
So we call the robot Toddler because it learns to walk and because it toddles when it walks.
Toddler is a passive dynamic walker. That means he is a simple mechanical device with joints. In the past, the only way these robots could walk was to trundle down a slope. They couldn't walk on flat surfaces. This is where Toddler steps to the front of the class. He's simple, like the passive dynamic robots, and he can walk on flat surfaces too. The difference is he uses very little power to do so.
We're letting the dynamics of the robot solve most of the control problem, and we just add a little bit of energy here or there to kind of push and pull the robot. And that's a much more energy efficient strategy for designing a walking robot. It turned out that the passive dynamic walking was a great way to make a system that could learn in real time on a real machine.
The robot has a computer and battery packs on board, and the steering is controlled with a wireless connection and a laptop. But Toddler does a lot of the work itself. Because the robot already knew how to walk down a slope, it required less work to find a solution for walking on the flat. Dr. Tedrake gave Toddler the ability to use sensors that communicate with motors. So with each step the robot takes, it's able to make adjustments.
And that's what we call learning. It's a simple idea, but it's the best way we can embody what we think the nervous system is doing too when we're talking about learning. When we put it on the flat and we start asking it to learn, then it can actually change the parameters quickly enough that in, we say 20 minutes to be safe, in 20 minutes it learns to walk on the flat. And it can continue to adapt to the terrain as it goes.
Toddler can also be adjusted to learn very quickly, but with faster learning comes a price.
There's this very interesting result in learning theory, which tells you can't have learning without generalization. The problem is when you start generalizing, then there's a possibility that you'll overwrite things that you've learned in the past.
So if it learns faster, the robot will walk from linoleum to carpet with only a quick adjustment. However, the return to linoleum may take a little longer. But it's easy to see that Toddler has in fact learned. And that ability has enabled Toddler to tackle new terrain.
It's just such a thrill whenever you see the robot walking, and especially when you do it in a public place and you can see all the people go, oh look, it's the cool little robot.
So how does studying a robot that walks like a human actually benefit humans?
So by just looking at how a machine walks and understanding that, we can actually learn a lot about how humans walk. Ultimately, down the line, far down the line, if we understand the motor learning system better, then there's a potential that we could use that information to design rehabilitation programs, even neural prosthetics to help people recover from injuries or augment their performance. There's a lot of different potential applications.
As for Toddler, he's got a big brother already in the works. This new version includes changes such as smaller feet, new components, and a fine set of knees. Knees that can both lock and swing through a step will enable the robot to be more versatile. It's also one of the steps being taken to make the robot appear more human, something Dr. Tedrake thinks is very important for the future of robot design.
When you see a robot that looks like a human, you kind of have a tendency to reach out to it, and it really helps, I think, with the human-robot interaction.
Dr. Tedrake says there is still much to learn from the original Toddler and from its new brother.
It's an iterative process where we basically start adding components back in and see just how far the learning can take us. And once you've built one and once you've watched it walk, the idea really sells itself. I think it's the first step in a long road of building better robots, more efficient robots, and learning systems for robots.
So let's see what's happening over in Johnson with our graduates. They look like they're all in line. It looks like they're in alpha order. If they step out of line, they don't graduate. How many MIT students can follow direction? Good. A quick commercial break. For those of you who want this CD or video of this graduation, you can order them at the information tables on either side in the back of the court. Every graduate will be photographed as they graduate. You may want to purchase one of those photos as well, and you can arrange that at those tables in the back. So here we're back with family. Here's a wonderful family from Canada. So would you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Marcy Gilbert.
And I'm Shalom Schachter.
And who is your graduate?
Mattia Gilbert Schachter.
So his name is Mattia?
Correct.
And you're from where?
We're from Toronto, Canada.
In Toronto. So you just reminded me that this weather's not necessarily California, it's actually Toronto weather. So we thank the Canadians. The Canadian, do you know a Canadian was the first international student at MIT? 1866. So,
Before Canada was confederated.
so a true pioneer. So tell me a little about Matya.
Well, Matya's been only here for 3 years, and he's had to take it all in. He was a transfer student from University of Toronto. He switched disciplines from engineering to physics, and he'll be graduating with a physics major and a minor in mathematics.
In 3 years.
Yes, he's really enjoyed his stay. He's dreamed as a child of coming to MIT. We tried to support him in his dream, but he made it come true, and we're very happy to be here to see it come to fruition.
Oh, it's wonderful. You know, we hear about stories like this where students have been dreaming their whole life to come. And mostly we hear those stories of people, students we turn down. So it's always wonderful to hear that we actually took people who've been dreaming their whole lives about MIT. It's wonderful. So tell me a little about Matya as a person.
Matya's a wonderful person, and he's going to be moving on to Philadelphia, where he'll be a trader with one of the companies.
So he has sibs at home in Toronto?
Yes, he has one sibling who's living in Waterloo right now, attending the University of Waterloo in engineering.
Engineering. So is this run of the family does it, this engineering thing?
Well, no, my father, in fact, is a practical person in terms of technology. But you know, we're both social scientists, although I did start myself in physics and mathematics as an undergraduate.
So was Matya on the screen before? Yes. Oh, he was. I thought I remembered his name. So he was with that first group of students.
That's right.
That's right.
He's been active in many of the special resources at MIT. He's been active in sports. He took pistols, which was a shock to us. He was active in student organizations. He became president of Hillel, the Jewish student organization, and he was active in his fraternity.
I remember Matya now. Oh, yeah.
It's nice to know that he's remembered.
Oh, yes. Every student at MIT is handpicked, you know. It's true. And we don't take very many transfer students these days, so this is good. So where does he live here?
Well, he's moved into the fraternity house that's on the other side of the Charles River, but for first the year that he was here, he was in a number of the residences.
So I'm so happy he's had a good experience here, and it's a pleasure to meet you. And now we're going to turn it back to Tom.
Thank you.
Now, MIT is very well known for its first-class engineering education and research. But MIT also has an excellent arts program, and it complements all the other disciplines. In fact, the arts and humanities have been a part of MIT's educational experience since MIT's very founding. And when William Barton Rogers, MIT's founder and first president, drew up the plan of what the education at MIT should be, the humanities and arts were a key part of the curriculum. And over the years, that part that includes humanities and the arts and its importance has always been a part of MIT's curriculum and its education. And in fact, MIT prides itself on educating lifelong learners who understand the societal and humanistic effects of technology and science. And now we offer you an excerpt of a program overview of the arts at MIT.
One morning, I came up the steps of Massachusetts Avenue and walked through the door, and the entire space had been transformed into a wheat field. Innovative visual arts projects like that are happening all the time on campus. The arts at MIT, like science and engineering at MIT, are on the cutting edge of their disciplines. They are serving the students. And in the way they're serving the students, ultimately, they're going to be serving the entire society. At
At MIT, you'll find some of the best musicians, virtuosos completely. The person who lives next door to me has perfect pitch, and if you name any song whatsoever, he can strum it out on his guitar. If it has multiple lines of music, he can strum out all lines on his guitar. And you can see that it's indicative of the level of quality at the MIT Symphony Orchestra, the MIT Concert Choir, etc.
Last year I got to premiere a song cycle written by an MIT composer, and that was a lot of fun. Modern poetry, modern music, and everything.
Everyone at MIT cares about something, whether it's their classes or their Europe or some student activity they do. There's always something that they really care about.
The thing about MIT students that I most appreciate is the elegance of their thinking and the fact that it's sort of live and let live here. There's a point of concentration that any discipline requires, whether it's engineering or it's directing or acting or painting. That point of concentration is the focal point. It is the thing around which you organize your thinking and your technique. And so the fact that there's ensemble work where people learn to work collaboratively is something that I see that people take into their labs in a way that you would hope that labs would work collaboratively.
Well, right now, it's sort of the theater is a way I can investigate my own sort of identity, especially my own cultural identity. But I'm also enjoy theater because it's such a collaborative art. And it's a lot like engineering, which is one of my majors, and I also intend to pursue engineering. And in that is so collaborative, and so you get a lot of different people's perspective on things.
We find our students, a certain number of them go on to graduate study in music and in the arts. Some of them go on to become leaders of arts organizations within their communities. Some of them go on to sing in organizations or perform in organizations like the Tanglewood Festival Chorus. And in a couple of notable situations, I have myself a number of times been engaged by organizations whose presidents were either in my class at MIT 20 years ago or had been at MIT years before that. My first visit to MIT, when I walked through the halls, I remember passing through the math department on the way to Building 14, where we used to be. And I looked in a door and saw mathematicians hunched in carrels, and I felt right at home, because that looked exactly like walking down the halls of Juilliard into the practice rooms and seeing people working personally on something.
One of the amazing things about MIT students is the incredible wide range of interests and abilities that extend far beyond the intellectual and the academic. And our special guest with us this section of the concert is no exception to that. His name is Jonathan Lee.
I think that being involved in activities like this only enhances your education. I think it's important that while you're at school to focus on things besides your own research.
So people come here as scientists, as engineers, as mathematicians, but when they are making art, they're artists.
I think that's it's a way of
chilling out some of the stresses you have. It's a way of looking at the things you're doing with a broader picture.
We are the engineers, we are the engineers, yes, we are the engineers, we are the MIT engineers, we are the engineers, yes, we are the engineers.
So you shouldn't think that MIT has no art because they've got them like sprawling all over the place.
Well, now the advice I give to incoming freshmen consistently is don't leave your trumpet at home. You can use it here.
Engineers, go, 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 go. Engineers, go, 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 go. Engineers, we are the engineers. We are the engineers. We are the engineers.
A lady and an engineer were sitting in the park, and the engineer was working on some research after dark. His scientific method was a wonder.
Okay, we've got progress. I understand the procession may have already begun. Let's take a look at what's happening in Johnson. Here they come. Just so you know, they're across Mass Ave in the Johnson Athletics Center. They're going to come across. They're going to come down Mass Ave. They're going to curve around Memorial Drive down here to the bottom of the court. And very shortly, the commencement will begin, and they will enter straight up the middle aisle. So we've already begun. So we have one more interview for a family, because then you have to quickly grab your seats and get ready for this big show. So why don't you introduce yourselves here, and who are you here for?
My name is Melvinder Mackney. My son is Eric Mackney, and he's graduating from biology today.
I'm his sister, Sonia Mackney.
I am Parveen Mackney, Eric's mother.
And I'm Melvin Mackney, Eric's brother.
And Melvin, you are a junior here, right? Good. So another brother at MIT. So tell me about Eric. So what's his degree going to be in?
Biology.
He's going to be in biology. And then what is Eric going to do?
He's going to UCLA for med school.
Oh, he's going to be a doctor.
Yep.
That's good. This is how he's going to take care of you parents, huh? So which department are you in, Melvin?
I'm in biology too.
And you're in biology as well. Same kind of track?
Basically, yep.
Are you guys doctors?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, you're all doctor family. So if we have an emergency here, we know who to call right now. And how about you? So you're a junior in high school?
Yes, in Florida.
Where?
Florida.
In Florida? And then what are you going to do?
Hopefully come to MIT, I don't know.
Well, you're talking to the right person. So where is your family from?
Florida.
We are from Fort Pierce, Florida.
Where's Fort Pierce?
It's in the, it's 100 miles north of Orlando, in between Miami and Orlando.
So how many hurricanes did you get hit by last year?
2 in a row.
2 in a row. Everything's okay with your home?
No.
No. Bad story. So tell me about Eric and Melvin.
Well, Eric's a great guy, and he'll be here soon. And I mean, he's really given himself to MIT these 4 years, and he's one of the reasons I'm here. And he also took a lot from it, so he's also someone to learn from.
And so you said he would perform any place, anytime.
Yeah, I mean, he was big in the culture shows. He emceed 2 culture shows. He was varsity tennis all 4 years. He did research. He was an active member of our house, the vice president of our house, PBE. And just all around, he was all over MIT.
So he sounds like a very active and fun student, huh? Yeah. So how about you? Are you the same way?
I'm kind of the same way.
You're kind of the same way? You're a performer too?
Yeah, I do some performing. I do some class council work, same varsity tennis and research, and basic pre-med track.
So next year, you're going to be here. Is it next year or the year after they're going to be here for you?
2 years.
2 more years. Okay. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, and you better get your seats because they're coming in. They're going to be coming around the corner any second. Thanks very much. Oh, you will. And I'm going to turn you over to Tom Roscoe, my buddy. You'll notice he's at the top of the court at the stage. Wave to Tom. Hi, Tom. Tom has some announcements for everyone, so listen up.
I have just a few public service announcements. We know that each of you is very anxious to get the best photograph or the best look at your graduate, but we just ask that you be courteous and not stand on the chairs or block the aisles, and just think about the people that are trying to watch as well from behind you. And also, there's a medical tent is located at the rear of Killian Court, and the commencement program contains the words to the national anthem and MIT's song. And we also request that if you have cell phones, if you put them in a non-audible position. And now I'd like to say that the MIT Color Guard is about to come up, representing the MIT Police and the ROTC, I believe, with the presentation of the colors. And then, sorry, just the MIT Police. And after that, we'll hand you over to Larry Isaacson and the MIT Brass Ensemble. So once again, I was Tom Roscoe. I am Tom Roscoe, the Institute Archivist here, and my partner was Marilee Jones, Dean of Admissions, and we hope you enjoyed what we did for you this morning, and also that the procession has begun. Congratulations to the graduates of 2005, and we hope you enjoy the ceremony. Thank you very much.
Yes, we're ready. Can you hear us, Larry? Okay.
Welcome to MIT's 139th commencement exercises, the commencement of the class of 2005. I'm Tom Roscoe, the Institute Archivist and head of MIT's Archives and Special Collections.
And I'm Marilee Jones, the Dean of Admissions at MIT. We will provide commentary leading up to the beginning of the commencement ceremony and offer insight into what you're witnessing, as well as providing some current and historical context.
Periodically, we'll break away to allow our listeners to appreciate the ambiance of the courtyard and to listen to the processional music being played in Killian Court by the MIT Brass Ensemble. We welcome those just joining us, and we welcome our audience from across the MIT campus, the greater Boston-Cambridge community, and from around the world. And thanks to MIT Professor Emeritus Jay Kaiser and retired MIT Museum Director Warren Siemens for their work on the previous MIT's commencement. Thank you, Jay, and thank you, Warren. Now, here we are at MIT. MIT was founded in 1865, and its first commencement was held in 1868. And what you're seeing now is a view of the Great Court, the main Great Dome of MIT, which was built and completed in 1916. MIT's original campus was across the Charles River in Boston's Back Bay, and it was known as Boston Tech. So its first classes were held in 1865, and then the move occurred in 1916. And the first commencement exercises held in Killian in the court area were in 1917 in celebration, and then in 1922, when a tent blew down, they moved the exercises inside. But back in 1979, they once again moved to the greater court that you see here, and commencement has been held outside ever since, except in 1992, where severe weather forced it inside.
I've always been struck by how the dome, Lobby 10, looks like the Pantheon in Rome.
Indeed it does. The architecture is actually the Beaux-Arts style, drawing from Roman and Greek influences. And it's an interesting set of buildings in that it's really one giant building with interconnected smaller buildings with corridors, and it was designed purposefully that way so that the students and the faculty could share ideas and be able to work together more easily than having to run from one building to another.
I think of those corridors coming off the Lobby 10 area and into the court as being great arms reaching out, surrounding the students.
Now, what we'll be seeing today for commencement is a procession, and the honor guard of MIT Police has already walked with the colors and presented them on the podium. And then there will be an academic procession led by the president of the Association of Alumni and Alumnae, Linda Sharp. And then she'll be followed by the stage principals, including MIT's president, Susan Hockfield, as well as past presidents, the corporation chair, the mayor of Cambridge, Michael Sullivan, the individual giving the invocation, Swami Tyagananda, the provost, the chancellor, and the deans. They'll be followed by members of the corporation, and then members of the faculty, members of the class of 1955. Each 50th year reunion class marches in commencement. And then following that will be the guest of honor, the graduates. The ceremony itself will include a greeting from the chair of the corporation, the national anthem sung by the MIT chorallaries, the invocation by the Hindu chaplain, guest speaker, who this year is Irwin Jacobs, the former CEO of Qualcomm, and then a salute to the class given by the president of the Graduate Student Council, Barun Singh, then the class gift given by the president of the class of 2005, Rohit Gupta, and then the charge to the class given by President Hockfield. And following that will be the actual awarding of degrees. And that will occur on both sides of the stage, the left and the right side. And each graduate will actually get their individual degree. And then after that is the Association of Alumni and Alumni President Linda Sharp will speak. Then we'll have the school song and then the reception.
Oh, there's Tom Byrne, the husband of Susan Hockfield, president of MIT.
Dr. Tom Byrne, who's actually has an appointment with, I believe, Brain and Cognitive Sciences faculty here, and also at Massachusetts General Hospital. Once again, we see a shot of the Great Dome. And what you see there is the stage, and the empty seats will be filled up momentarily by the graduates who are currently processing from the Johnson Athletic Center, which is on the west side of campus. This would be the central part of campus. The procession began a few moments ago, and at any moment now, we'll see the president of the Association of Alumni and Alumnae coming forth with carrying the mace, and following her will be the academic procession.
It is an absolute beautiful day in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Ladies and gentlemen, the academic procession, led by the Chief Marshal, will now enter Killian Court.
And there we see the president of the Association of Alumni and Alumnae, Linda Sharp, followed by on her right, to the camera's left, President Susan Hockfield, and on the other side is Dana Mead, the president of the chair of the corporation. Behind them are the former chairs of the corporation, as well as past presidents at MIT. Now the mace she's carrying, the gold stick, is a gift from the class of 1907, given at the time of their 50th class reunion. It's created by Leverett Cutton of the class of 1907, and it's adorned with on top of it is a beaver, which is the MIT mascot, nature's engineer, and there are also some symbols of acorns and oak leaves, which symbolize strength, and then around are other symbols representing various symbols that are representative of the technological culture of MIT rather than specific courses of study. The procession is making its way up to the Great Dome from the Charles River Basin along Memorial Drive at the foot of the campus. Now, President Hockfield was just inaugurated this past about a month ago. She was MIT's 16th president and took office December 6th of 2004. She's, of course, MIT's first woman president and also the first life scientist. The robe she's wearing, you see the colors of the silver gray and the cardinal red are the colors of MIT, which were established in 1875 by a vote of the board, the vote of the faculty and the alumni. We see the various deans coming through.
We love these beautiful robes from all their different schools.
Yeah, the academic garb, the caps and gowns date back to the 12th and 13th centuries, and it actually stems from the clerical garb, because many of the original institutions of learning were based in religious societies. And the colors represent the various, often the robes will be of the school attended, and then the hoods representing the school and the doctoral degrees.
There's the Michael Sullivan, the mayor of Cambridge.
We see in the back Raphael Bras carrying the shepherd's staff, and he is the current chair of the faculty.
Sarah Johnson.
Former MIT president in the late 1960s and also former chair of the corporation. There you see all of the diplomas to be handed out. Which is something MIT didn't always do. It was actually and most universities don't do that today. It's actually something special about MIT. Originally, before 1923, they used to simply put all the diplomas in a big basket and have the graduates just run up and get which ones they wanted, try and find theirs. Here we see the procession of MIT faculty.
Better not mix up those diplomas.
Here we see some of the marshals. Each of the different academic divisions that are processing are led by a marshal and also associate marshals. Those would be those in the more the floppier cardinal red caps.
Oh, there's Kim Vandiver, professor and associate dean for undergraduate education.
And head of the Edgerton Center.
An all-around wonderful guy.
You see the faculty processing in two lines. Say one side of the stage will be awarded the undergraduate degrees for the most part, and then the other side will be the graduate degrees. And there, once again, we see MIT's mace, the symbol of the academic procession. The music you hear in the background is the MIT Brass Ensemble being conducted by Larry Isaacson. And here we see processing members of the class of 1955. Say it's become a commencement part that the 50th reunion class does process, and you see that they have their class jackets, which are awarded to members of the 50th class.
In those days, their favorite activities coming out of high school were music, ham radio, and tinkering.
And how has that changed with the classes today, Marilee?
Well, the most recent class, the favorite activities were volunteering, music and the arts, leadership activities, and athletics. Very different life for kids today than for the 17-year-olds of class of 1955.
In the class of 2005, there are 2,177 undergraduate and graduate students. They will be awarded 1,094 bachelor's degrees, 1,078 master's degrees, 257 doctorates, and 12 engineering degrees. And here we see a shot of President Hockfield talking to the provost, Bob Brown. And behind her, left to right, we see Alice Gast, the Associate Dean of Research, Claude Canizares, Associate Provost, Alice Gast, Associate Provost. Behind, I believe, members of the corporation. And I believe that was Erwin Jacobs we saw standing next to Susan. He will be today's guest speaker.
Isn't it wonderful to see all those red jackets?
So the alumni certainly have warmth for MIT and their experiences here, as you can tell by the number.
Many of these people are the reasons why this nation is so prosperous today.
Here we see a shot of the stage, and the podium we see a view of MIT's seal, which if we get a shot later, we'll probably talk a little more about that.
More than a decade ago, there was a study by the Bank of Boston of all of the employment provided by graduates of MIT over time, and determined that our alumni together created the 24th largest GNP in the world. Mind and hands indeed.
And here we see the marshal for the faculty, Paul Lagasse, standing next to Linda Sharp of the Alumni Association.
Paul's a professor in aeronautics and astronautics.
And a big Boston Red Sox
Ladies
fan.
and gentlemen,
Great baseball
the
player.
guests of honor, the class of 2005.
And now, the real guests of honor, our graduates themselves.
And they are being led by the Dean of Students, Larry Benedict, on the
And
left.
my boss,
To the right, Bob Redwine.
the Dean of Undergraduate Education. They look pretty spiffy with those hats on.
You note some of the students dressed in different regalia, some of the recipients of doctorate degrees with wearing the MIT colors, with the robes with the 3 bars on the sleeves denoting the doctoral degree.
They're moving nice and slowly so that people don't get out of line. And it almost looks like one of those slow motion movies. It's really quite a beautiful sight.
And it is quite a scene here today with not only the lovely weather, but also it's packed to the brim with students and well-wishers, the family of the graduates.
The energy at MIT is very different today. Commencement is always such a joy. The energy is relief, relaxation, fun. It's real joy here. Very different from the rest of the year where people are buckling down and getting their work done. It's very similar to the first day of school, but much more relaxed. Very happy day.
And as well as the marshals, we see Larry Benedict and Bob Redwine. Behind them are the associate marshals, Professor Deb Fitzgerald and Professor Leslie Norford, as well as Rohit Gupta, the president of the class of 2005, and Mr. John Velasco, the treasurer of the class, and Barun Singh, the president of the Graduate Student Council, and Hector Hernandez, the vice president of the Graduate Student Council, followed by Julie Norman, the head assistant marshal.
You can see they're coming in 4 lines. 2 will go to the left and 2 will go to the right. I have to say, as Dean of Admissions, my heart really bursts with pride when I see these young people, because in the admissions office, we have handpicked every single one of those students. It is very difficult to be admitted here.
Marilee, perhaps you could talk a little bit about the admission process itself and what the students did to get into MIT.
Well, they had to be extraordinarily prepared in terms of their academic work, but they also had to be a good match for MIT. They had to be very self-motivated and have some kind of emotional resilience, not being afraid of failure. We look for people who are willing to risk, because at MIT, students risk themselves every day. There's a great look. They risk their egos every day. They need to be brave. And there are so many thousands of students who apply here, nearly 11,000 this year, for this soon-to-enter freshman class. For this particular group, the class of 2005, we had about 10,500 of them applying. And we admitted just 18% of those students. They are really extraordinary. For those of you listening who are MIT graduates, you may wonder if you had been admitted today. Many of us look at these students and think we would never get admitted to college today, and we feel very badly about it. And I just want to let you know you should not feel bad, because we admit the best of each generation. And you alumni out there were the best of yours.
So very nicely said.
It's comparing the apples and oranges, but now I'm going to really shock you by telling you that the mean SAT scores for this particular class, as you're watching them enter, was 711 verbal. That's 711 out of 800, folks, and 756 math. So many of you alumni from previous years may not have scores like that. You might have had high math scores, but perhaps the verbal wasn't where you wanted it to be. These young ones are extraordinary. 41% of them were valedictorians of their high school classes. Well over 90% of them were in the top 5% of their high schools. They were very well prepared coming in. And every single one of those students out there has a story. They come from somewhere, they come from a family who loves them. Every one of them have had to face tough times at MIT. They've been challenged to the max. As you know, this is a very rigorous curriculum, and they've all made it. They come from 56 different countries in the world, this group. 48 different languages spoken in their homes. That and a 711 mean SAT verbal score. Am I proud of my kids? Yes, I am.
And well, you should be, Meryl.
Anybody who knows me knows I take full responsibility for everyone in the class. When they do something wonderful, I write them little notes of pride. When they do something that's not so wonderful, I blame everybody else.
Now, this year's class of 2005 also certainly was different from the class of 1905, the much earlier alumni and graduates. Well, there was a class of 244, and as far as foreign countries represented, I believe there were 3, Brazil, England, and Ireland. And there were only 18 master's degrees awarded that year. And 55% of the class, or of the student body, came from Massachusetts. The number of clubs that they were involved in was 11. The number of sports were 10, including a tug-of-war team. And the number of musical clubs, 3. Here we see another side of the stage, and the principal sitting there, members, the deans, the members of the corporation, the marshals, various members of the faculty you see at the front, and department heads and chairs. Also, as I said, members of the corporation towards the back. Once again, you note the different regalia that's being worn.
The students have been told to just follow the student in front of them. No matter what, follow the student in front of them. So now we get to see how well they take direction.
And it really is quite a process to award each student their degrees. I say it will be done in 2 parts. It'll be simultaneously the degrees being given. The left side of the stage, President Hockfield will present the Bachelor of Science degrees, the Bachelor of Science / Master of Science degrees, Bachelor of Science / Master of Engineering. That would be on the left side of the stage looking at it. Also President Hockfield, and there you see a shot of President Hockfield talking to the guest speaker, Erwin Jacob. President Hockfield will also give out degrees, advanced degrees in the School of Science, the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, and the Whitaker College of Health and Science and Technology. The right side, Provost Bob Brown will award advanced degrees in the School of Architecture and Planning, the School of Engineering, the School of Humanities, Arts, and Social Sciences, and the Sloan School of Management.
I'm glad to see that Susan Hockfield was staying hydrated up there on the stage. It's very warm in the Great Court today, and everyone has a big bottle of water under their chair. Push fluids.
I'm sure no one minds the heat after the rain and cold that we've had for the month of May.
What a May we had. This is Susan's first commencement. She looks like she's having a wonderful time. There's Dana Mead, chairman of the corporation, and Howard Johnson.
Howard Johnson, former president of MIT in the late 1960s, early 1970s, and then also a former chair.
There's Paul Gray.
Paul Gray, the president, 1980 to 1990.
I want to say just a quick word about Paul Gray. Paul Gray is a true citizen of MIT. Very much, he reminds me of George Washington, in that after serving as president and then chairman of the corporation, he's gone back onto the faculty, and he's now joining our admissions office faculty oversight committee, the Committee on Undergraduate Admissions and Financial Aid, which is staffed by faculty members. He has not served on QAFA for many years, and he's back.
And there in the middle, we saw a shot of the mayor of Cambridge, Michael Sullivan, and he was talking to Alex Darbilov, former chair, the preceding chair of the MIT Corporation. So some facts about MIT itself. There are over 10,000 students, approximately 4,000 undergraduate students, and approximately 6,000 graduate students. There are almost 1,000 faculty, including 178 women, and there are nearly 10,000 staff. MIT consists of 5 schools. There's the School of Engineering, the School of Science, the School of Humanities and Social Sciences, the School of Architecture and Urban Planning, and the Sloan School of Management, as well as the Whitaker College of Health Sciences and Technology. We see some members of the corporation. The MIT Corporation is the governing body of MIT. The president reports to them, and we see on the bottom left Catherine Wilmore, who is the secretary of the corporation. So the MIT Corporation would be similar to a board of trustees or a board of regents. Many of them are members of the faculty, members of the alumni. In fact, just 100 years ago, the Alumni Association was strengthened there was a proposed merger, one of several in the history of MIT, with Harvard University. And the alumni did not want to see that. And however, the corporation in its vote voted that the merger should occur. This was to, have MIT become sort of the School of Science of Harvard. The School of Engineering of Harvard University. But so it was a vote, and many of the corporation were actually Harvard graduates. But the Alumni Association fought back and petitioned against it. It was actually a legal case that MIT was not allowed to join the merger because their land, which was at that time in Boston's Back Bay, could not be sold. So anyway, that really was a strengthening of the alumni, and in fact more corporation members since that time have been MIT alumni.
Boy, was that a good decision. Because MIT is the premier university of science and technology on the planet.
And it was founded to be a standalone institution, and there were other thoughts that it might, it was really a new sort of way of thinking when MIT was founded as to what a polytechnic institute should be and would be. And William Barton Rogers, MIT's founder,
my hero,
established a scope and a plan as to what that should include. And it was not just, the applied sciences. It was that there should be a firm founding as well in the humanities and the arts, which continues to this day and has been reinforced many times over. The importance of a well-rounded education, but also an education that does solve problems.
He added to the charter after the Civil War that MIT should teach students to apply science and technology for the benefit of humankind, because he lost family members. His wife lost a brother in the Civil War. He lived in Virginia, although he was actually a Northerner, and lost many friends in that terrible tragedy. And he could not believe how so many good people could do such stupid things.
And it continues as MIT's mission to have an impact on the world and for the betterment of mankind.
That's what they all do. It's a pleasure to look out over these. So many students are about to be unleashed into the world. When you think of all the previous people from MIT have gone into the world and all the good that they do, because they fix the world for the people who can't fix it for themselves, for the disenfranchised. And I just look at these sea of faces and think of all the potential there. Just think of all the magic that they're going to bring into this planet. I want to say one thing about the class of 2005. They entered MIT in September 2001. So they had about 2 weeks of the old world. And then September 11th happened. And their lives changed, as all of our lives changed. MIT had a lot of pressure, as other universities did after that, to close its doors to international students, to close its doors to researchers, and fought back very hard to remain a free university. The currency of universities, the lifeblood of universities is ideas. And our previous president, Chuck Vest, fought very hard.
And the sharing of those ideas with the world is something that MIT has always promoted. There we see in the front Paul Agassi again, one of the marshals. And talking to Susan Hockfield is today's guest speaker, Erwin Jacobs. And
Bob Brown, the provost, next to him. Phil Clay, the chancellor, next to him.
Chair of the faculty, Raphael Bras, in the wonderful regalia.
It's a great puffy neck thing he has on there.
In the back, we see the Dean of Graduate Students, Ike Colbert, the Dean of Architecture and Urban Planning, Adele Santos, and the Dean of
Phil
the
Curry.
School of Humanities and Arts and Science, Social Sciences, Phil Curry.
Dick Schmalensee of the Sloan School, the Dean of Sloan School.
And then Tom McNanty just exiting the screen as the Dean of School of Engineering. Today's guest speaker, Erwin Jacobs, is an MIT alumnus with a master's and doctorate in science. He's a former faculty member in electrical engineering and co-founder and chairman and CEO of Qualcomm. He's known as an innovative entrepreneur and engineer who places high value on research.
There's Tom Magnanti.
Leaning forward, sitting next to Dick Schmalensee, the Dean of the Sloan School.
Tom's wearing a nice outfit.
That's Princeton colors, I believe.
Oh, yeah, I see. Phil Curry there.
He
in
has
the
Harvard
middle.
colors.
Dean of the Humanities, Arts, and Social Sciences School.
Adele Santos, the Dean of the School of Architecture and Urban Planning. And once again, to the bottom, Phil
Very
Clay, the
stylish looking.
Chancellor. To the left, up above, we see Ike Colbert, the Dean of Graduate Students.
Wonderful hat.
And Provost Bob Brown. Bob Brown being the highest academic officer of the Institute, aside from the president, and the deans would report to him.
Chancellor Phil Clay and Raphael Bras.
The Chancellor dealing with student-related activities and services for the most part, and Raphael Bras is chair of the faculty representing them. We see a lot of colors coming through with MIT's colors there, the gray and the silver gray and the cardinal red. And now at MIT, only doctoral degree recipients wear hoods. And indeed, there was a hooding ceremony yesterday where they all received, as you see there, the hood behind that graduate walking past.
They're so happy. They're so glad to be out of graduate school.
The doctoral degrees, the PhD has a blue velvet trim, and the Doctor of Science a yellow velvet trim. And the lining would be the school colors. Here we see Bob Redwine,
Dean of Undergraduates to the left, Linda Sharp, the president of the Association of Alumni and Alumnae.
There's Dean Larry Benedict, who's the Dean for Student Life. There's Gail Gallagher. We see Varun Singh, president of the Grad Student Council. We have Hector Hernandez, who's the vice president of the Grad Student.
We also got a shot there of Gail Gallagher, who is the arranger of this event and coordinating all this activity that must go on
She
every
is
year.
Commencement czar. She rules. Does a fabulous job. There's Barun and Hector and the Graduate Student Council.
And you note some military uniforms, and MIT has an ROTC program representing the three branches, the Marines, the Air Force, the Army, Marines, and Navy. And actually, ROTC and military training has been a part of MIT's history since the very beginning. MIT was partially founded as a land-grant university by the Morrill Land-Grant Act, and that was compulsory as part of that training. Of course, it was also just during the Civil War that MIT came about.
So there's Bob Redwine in the middle, and then we see Rohit Gupta, who's the president of the class of 2005, and then we see John Velasco, who's the treasurer of the class of 2004. We see Professor Deb Fitzgerald, who's the associate marshal. Look at all those beautiful faces. The class that entered in 1970, the average number of extracurriculars coming out of high school was 4. And with this particular class, the average number of extracurriculars that the students did was 12. So it shows you how the culture has changed. Again, in 1970, the percentage of students entering with well-defined interest in music, the number one activity at MIT, was 24%, entering class 1970. This particular graduating class was 60%. So 60% of these kids that you see out here in the Great Court graduating entered MIT with well-defined and distinguished backgrounds in music. And that tells you how the culture has changed. We see athletics as well. In 1970, 19% of the students came in as varsity athletes versus 58% of the class you see in front of you, the class of 2005. That's the effect of Title IX from the 1970s that brought gender equity in athletics and also in many other areas of life as well. It really opened up athletics. Activities in theater in class entering 1970, 4% came in with theater background. This particular class, over 28%. Some very talented performers in the class of 2005.
And the culture of MIT is often not what you think it would be. It's amazing the value placed on the arts and just the talent that there is. As you walk down the halls, what you might stereotype as an MIT student is nothing like they are. And you're walking down the halls, there's music playing from various classrooms. The various talents that the students have, not just as tinkerers or being able to fix things and solve problems, but very broad in the humanities, in the arts, and in the social sciences, and with the various activities and the strengths in athletics. And it's, I think quite surprising for those who come here as students even, and then also as faculty and as staff to absorb the culture as is.
The class that entered in 1970, we admitted 40% of that applicant pool. And this particular class I mentioned that you see in front of you, class of 2005, we admitted 18% of them. So it's a very different kind of a caliber of student in the applicant pool. The students entering in 70 had 627, 751 SAT scores, 627, 751. And I will remind you that this class has 711, 756 SAT scores.
And we just saw the principals, the marshals from the graduate division going to the stage, and I believe the ceremony is about to begin with Dana Mead, the chairman of the corporation. We thank you for joining us, and we now turn it over. Once again, I'm Tom Roscoe, and this was
Marilee Jones. Enjoy.
Enjoy the ceremony. Thank you.
Good morning. The corporation and the faculty of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology are now declared convened, together with this assembly. On the occasion of the commencement exercises of this institution for the conferring of its degrees. The stage assembly and the audience will please rise for the invocation by Swami Tyagananda and remain standing to join the MIT chorallaries in the singing of one verse of the Star-Spangled Banner.
Swami Vivekananda once said, "Education is the manifestation of the perfection already within us." Our challenge is to transform knowledge into wisdom, and this is best achieved in an environment that promotes both unity and harmony. I will recite now, first in Sanskrit and then its English translation, an ancient prayer that invokes this harmony. Om Sankachadvam Samvadadvam Samvo Manamsi Janatam Deva Bhagai Yatha Purve Sanjanana Upasate Samaniva Akuti Samana Hridayani Vaha Samanamastu vo mano yatha vasu sahasati. May we come together for a common purpose. May our minds be of one accord. Let us join our thoughts for integrated wisdom. Common be our prayer, common our goal, common be our purpose, common our desires. Unified be our hearts. United be our intentions, perfect be the unity amongst us all. Let me leave you now with this prayer. May the one and the same divine being, who is the Father in heaven of the Christians, Holy One of the Jewish faith, Allah of the Muslims, Buddha of the Buddhists, Tao of the Chinese faith, Ahura Mazda of the Zoroastrians, the Great Spirit of the Native Americans, and Brahman of the Hindus, lead us from ignorance to knowledge, from darkness to light, from death to immortality. May we be granted clear understanding and the courage to pursue our goals of social justice, nonviolence, harmony, and peace with single-minded attention. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Peace, peace, peace be unto all.
By the dawn's early light
Please be seated. I'm pleased to welcome the Honorable Michael A. Sullivan, Mayor of the City of Cambridge, to our stage. And I'm also pleased to welcome the members of our 50th reunion class, the distinguished class of 1955. Now it is my pleasure to introduce our commencement speaker, Dr. Erwin M. Jacobs. His distinguished biography is included in your programs. But Dr. Jacobs is one of MIT's most illustrious and successful graduates, whose leadership of the telecommunications industry, his advocacy of science and math education, and his philanthropy in education and the arts are inspiring and in the best tradition of MIT. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, graduates, and graduates-to-be, Dr. Erwin Jacobs.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here with you on this very special occasion. And I would like to give special thanks to President Susan Hockfield for asking me to provide this address. I'd also like to congratulate the class of 2005 on this very special day and provide welcome to the family and friends of the graduates, to the faculty here, to the entire MIT family. It really indeed is a very special time. It's a very great day to graduate. I remember back to receiving my graduate degrees here, a master's and a doctorate, back in 57 and 59, quite a few years ago, fitting very well in with the 50-year reunion class. I must say that at that time, I could not possibly have imagined all of the things that were going to happen in my life over the succeeding years. And that indeed is something I'd like to pick as the theme today, namely that we're all going to, and in particular you are going to, be going through a great deal of change, providing both opportunities and occasionally some problems, but that in fact an MIT education is about the best possible way to prepare yourselves for this very exciting future. I suspect, again, that a few years from now, when you have the opportunity to think back, there'll have been many things that you just could not have anticipated. And so it's important to be prepared for those changes. My life itself has been a number of changes. I'll use those for an example. I actually was born in New Bedford, Massachusetts, not too far from here. When I graduated high school, I had always been interested in math and chemistry, physics. My high school counselor advised me that there was, and this was 1950, that there was no future in science nor in engineering. And since I didn't really have a measure to evaluate that, I then took his advice. My family had a small restaurant, and so I entered the School of Hotel Administration at Cornell University. Well, I had an engineer as a roommate after a year and a half of hearing him talk about you couldn't possibly get those grades if you were in engineering, and knowing I really preferred engineering. Again, I made a very significant change in life and decided to transfer over to electrical engineering. And that was a very exciting period. I was a co-op student. That turned out to be very useful. One of the engineers I worked with then advised me to go on to graduate school, and that's how I ended up at MIT. But thinking back, in my last term at Cornell, and this is how fast things have changed, I took a course in the theory and practice building of vacuum tubes. Built a 6SN7, a 6J6. You probably never even heard of these terms any longer. I was reminded of it all last week when I gave a talk at the Computer Museum in Mountain View, and That, in fact, has a lot of equipment that originally came from a computer museum here in Boston, but now is out in Mountain View, California. And so as we toured around looking at all the equipment, seeing analog and digital differential analyzers up to cell phones, which of course are the latest, most powerful computers, I'll come back to that, that it was amazing to me how fast things have changed. And again, that's the key issue with change. It was amazing to see all these familiar items that had been in my life and then passed out of it so quickly. Well, I did decide to apply and luckily was accepted here at MIT to graduate school. Originally came thinking that EM theory, electromagnetic theory, would be an interesting area, but MIT at that time, Professor Claude Shannon had just come, father of information theory. There was a lot of interest in the theory, the mathematics, probability theory, et cetera. And so I decided that that would be my future, and very pleased with that decision. One of the early courses I took was from Professor Norbert Wiener. Now, I don't think probably anyone here might have had the opportunity, but it was very interesting. There were many tales, I'm sure, still running around MIT about Professor Wiener. One that I most remember in taking this class, probably like several of the classes you might have taken, the lectures were, well, I shouldn't say this, probably it's not the case anymore, but the lectures were incomprehensible. And so each night, a group of graduate students would get together and try to figure out what it was we had heard during the day and kind of put it together in a way that we could understand. About halfway through the term, Professor Wiener heard that we were doing this, came to the room and said, "Can I look at the material?" Became interested, said we should make a book from this. And so we then continued to put the material together as a book. He would come in every day after class, and his only question was, how many pages are we up to? So he always had a different slant on things. That book did come out. It's Nonlinear Problems in Random Theory, so it was the first book that I was ever involved with. Went on the faculty here. Again, it's a wonderful way. If some of you are considering careers in teaching, I'd greatly recommend it. It's the best way to learn material. And while here, decided with Professor Jack Wozencraft to put together a book, a textbook for a senior level communications course on applying what was then brand new digital theory and information theory and try to give it a little bit more of a practical face. And there were many at the time that said that there really is no practical use for this. You should just treat it as applied mathematics. In fact, of course, that's turned out not to be the case at all. I did take a leave of absence to make my one visit to California about the time we're finishing the book in '64, '65. We decided that might be a good place to retire sometime. Came back to Boston, had a call from a professor from Cornell saying he's going out to start a brand new start a department of electrical engineering, a brand new university in San Diego. Would we join him? First reaction, of course, was no. Family, friends, career here. But after a couple of days, we decided that California and a brand new university, an opportunity for a different experience might be quite exciting in our lives, and we accepted. Again, the change from here to a brand new school. It was interesting, and a brand new school is very small, of course, very few faculty. One of the classes I started had to do with introduction to computer science. There were some engineering students, but there were students from mathematics and faculty from music and from the arts departments. And kind of in interacting with them, developed even a greater love and appreciation for the arts and for music that we've been able to follow then ever since. So it was very interesting being in a brand new university. But that also led to another major change in my life. Because of the MIT background, a lot of industry in Southern California, there were many requests for consulting. Typically, if you're in the faculty, you might consult a day a week. And so I mentioned that to a couple of friends from UCLA and the faculty at UCLA as we were flying back on a trip. And they said, let's start a company and share consulting. And I said, fine, as long as I don't have to get involved with managing it. And so we started a first company called Linkabit. And very quickly it began to grow. And so I did then decide to take a year off and check out business, try to get things properly organized. Didn't know really a thing about it. Luckily in the hotel school I had had a course in accounting, course in business law, so a little bit of background. Turned out to be very useful, but really had to learn the business side of things. Engineering is by far the best preparation for just about any field, so that has indeed worked out very well. Well, Linkabit, this first company, did grow very nicely. We got involved in a number of interesting programs, one scrambling TV signals from satellite to home that's turned into a very major business, another what I call very small aperture earth terminals for if you put a credit card in at a gas station, often it will go over one of these satellite terminals. The first, what's called time division, TDMA type of cellular phone. We got into the cellular phone business early on. And actually a processor, we didn't know the name at the time, I don't think it was really out, but a reduced instruction set processor, RISC processor, that we built into a terminal for use in government programs, and in particular for a program here at Lincoln Laboratory to communicate with what was then called the LES 8-9 satellite. So again, things tied back together very nicely, but very exciting to be able to come up with ideas, be able to apply theory to things that were rather practical, rather useful. Well, we made the mistake in a sense of selling that company, and in 1985 I retired. Retirement was a terrible thing, so I lasted about 3 months and then started Qualcomm, and I very much assured my wife that if things went very well, we might have 100 employees at some time. Put that in context, we're now over 8,000 employees. And by the way, in my welcoming, I also meant to welcome any Qualcomm shareholders that might be here today. Well, we didn't have any products. Luckily, we didn't have to go out for venture capital, so we didn't have to have a business plan. But we knew digital, we knew wireless would be very exciting. And it turned out that it was on a drive down from a consulting contract meeting in Los Angeles, a drive down to San Diego, about halfway, luckily it's 110 miles or so, about halfway down, realized that something called code division multiple access, CDMA, would be very useful for mobile communications. Well, the company was very small. We had to wait a few years before we could go ahead and develop that idea. But the time came when we sold our first product, had a little bit of a cash flow, and were able to then go back and pay attention to CDMA actually at the end of 1988. Began to take a look at it. Well, if any of you decide to go into your own businesses, and some of you I'm sure will be doing that, you run across a time when you have to make a bet the company decision. And so CDMA was one of those. Should you put a lot of money into R&D in a technology that may or may not be accepted? The world was going off in a different direction. And luckily at that time, I had not heard one of the projections that had been made to AT&T by a consultant 2 years earlier, or a few years earlier, that if all went well, there might be 1 million cell phones in use by the year 2000. Actually, they missed by a little bit. It was 600 million. And that, of course, gave a great opportunity for moving ahead with CDMA. We did develop the technology, demonstrate it, because otherwise everything sounds too complicated. You have to have demonstrations, so that was, again, one of the bet your company type issues. And then the question comes up, if you now have a good product, how do you build a business model? What do you do about that? And so again, this is a type of concern that you may be having going forward. We decided to go into a mode which was both licensing and of selling initially phones and infrastructure to get things started, but ultimately the chips. And that works out very well. As you know, chips keep getting more and more powerful. You can put more and more capability in them. If you come up with innovative ideas, you can build those into the chips. And so that's exactly the path that we followed. It's interesting that today there's probably about 1.5 billion users of cell phones around the world. In 2005, there were over 600 million sold in the 1 year, or will be by the end of the year. Comparing that to about 150 million desktop and laptop computers, it's quite clear that the future is not in plastics, but really now in mobile devices. And the interesting aspect is that the capabilities keep going up. One of the things that is now being provided is what's called third generation. I won't, again, go into details, but if some of you have been using not just the wireless that's available on campus, it's called 802.11, but a wide area coverage provided right now by Verizon here, one can get a very high data rate anywhere that you can receive a cell phone call. And so that is a key step. But the interesting part is the devices. And because of Moore's law, the number of transistors on a chip doubling roughly every 2 years or so, power going down, costs going down, all the right things kind of happening, there's been a major transformation. When we first built the first cell phone, it took 3 chips to implement the communications only. Now it takes about 20% of one chip. What do you do with the other 80%? You can put a lot of computing power. In fact, now we're going to 2 processes, one of which is moving toward a gigahertz type processing speed. 2 processors, a couple of signal processing units, a 3D graphics capability, GPS receiving. You can put a lot on that chip, make it available at a low cost, high reliability, and therefore very useful to people. Therefore, since it's a computer now, not really a phone, you may not realize it when you're carrying it around, very powerful computer that opens up many possibilities. And so we developed another approach we call RU. In fact, there's a conference now with about 2,400 people at it occurring in San Diego, where developers anywhere in the world can develop an application to be downloaded to the phone. We arrange to provide a digital signature, tested digital signature so it won't corrupt the phone. And therefore, they can develop these, bring them via some internet meeting grounds we've established with the operators, bring their applications to the attention of operators around the world and build a business. And I think at this meeting that's ongoing was mentioned that there was about $350 million that had been funneled from operators to Qualcomm and then Qualcomm back to the developers around the world in this last 6 months in the order of $150 million. The more exciting aspect is other things I think that we're going to be able to do with that. We've all heard of issues with the digital divide, access to communications, to the internet being more limited in certain regions. I think that the phone as a low-cost device with a huge amount of computing power, connection to the internet, ability to download software, process it, large amount of memory, by the way, can be used with the appropriate amount of thinking and planning, can be used to supplement teaching in many remote areas, as well as, of course, developed areas around the world. So I think that there's a great possibility there to move ahead with these devices. People are still just realizing what the power in the devices might be. And again, hopefully some of you out there will find this challenging. Of course, there's also medical devices that are now being attached to the cell phone, measuring blood capabilities, and moving toward e-government, providing support, voting, information, et cetera, by use of the cell phone. So again, a device we think of as a phone, very powerful computer, opening lots of opportunities. Well, I mentioned e-government. One of the things I would like to recommend to all of you, or at least some of you, is to think, well, all of you to think about politics, to some of you perhaps to consider a career in politics. Again, I think an MIT education prepares you for just about anything. And it was interesting. I was over a couple of years ago, so it was the previous president of China. We had a meeting. They always have this very formal U, so you and the president, myself and the president was sitting at the head of the U and then staffs on either side. And there's a little bit of chit-chat that occurs before the formal meeting. What do you think the first question that was raised by the president of China, sitting next to me? How many more generations did I think Moore's law had to run? President of China. Discussing it with him a little further, it turned out that he actually was trained as an engineer, as a radio engineer, as was the prime minister at the time. That's the kind of interest and ability to, again, think about technology, bring it to use, that I think is also very important here in this country. And of course, there's very little of that available here. Another aspect, when I came to be a student here, I was lucky to benefit from the Research Laboratory of Electronics, but it was very well funded at the time. Now, the funding has been cut back quite a bit. There really are reasons to get out to become very politically active. Well, there have been many rewards from having this type of an education, being able to go out. The world is changing. One can take advantage of those changes, do very well. It's important, of course, to have an impact back, and the opportunity for philanthropy, of course, never goes away. We've been very lucky. Our focus often is on education, but also cultural activities, other activities around the world. And I think, again, that's something that as you begin to move ahead in your careers, that you should definitely pay attention to. So I'd like to finish by, again, congratulating you. You're embarking on a great adventure. You're probably entering a period where there's even greater change, greater things happening around the world than was correct when I graduated here. You might have seen the statement back from 1899 that the head of the Patent Office said that everything that can be invented has been invented. Clearly another short-sighted statement, but if you check with the Patent Office now, you'll find that many of the applications, many of the patents in the US Patent Office are coming from overseas. And so, again, the competition is heightened. We have to move ahead. We have to improve our education throughout. We have to remain very innovative. You can certainly be guaranteed that there will be their changes. You have been well prepared. I wish you as much fun and excitement as I have had along the way. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jacobs, for a very interesting and perceptive glimpse into the future and the challenges, and I should say the promise that it holds for MIT's graduates. Thank you so much. And now, Mr. Barun Singh, President of the Graduate Student Council, will give a salute to MIT from the graduate student body. And following this, Mr. Rohit Gupta, President of the senior class, will present the class gift to President Hockfield, after which the President will deliver her charge to the graduates. Barun?
My fellow engineers, scientists, humanists, sociologists, artists, creators, inventors, philosophers, designers, planners, entrepreneurs, leaders, architects of the future, and friends. You gather here today in triumph, and to you have come the spoils of years of rigorous commitment and dedication. For this day, this graduation day from these prestigious halls of this grand Institute of Technology, this day belongs to you. We live in a universe defined by contrast, and all of your struggles during your time here define the sheer beauty and joy of this moment. I'm sure that as you walk through today in the celebration of your success, you will relish the magnitude of what you have gained during your time here in your journey thus far. The encyclopedic knowledge you have accumulated, the invaluable assortment of relationships that you have built, the amazing uniqueness of activities you have participated in, and of course, the massive amounts of free pizza you've consumed. In all reality, what I hope you will relish the most is the growth you have experienced within yourself, not teachable from the world around you, yet necessitated by those very requirements which have led you to this point. I offer you the words of Sir Edmund Hillary, who, along with Nepalese Sherpa Tenzing Norgay, became the first person on record to have climbed the heights of Mount Everest. Reflecting upon his trying experience, Hillary stated, "It is not the mountain we conquer, but ourselves. Today, you stand here having climbed the heights to the roof of the world of academia, and so have also conquered yourselves. You have tested and stretched your limits. You have learned to persist in the face of pressure and self-doubt and difficulty, and that is where the true congratulations lie. There are a number of people today who take part in this celebration of your achievements. Your parents, mentors, advisors, who have taught you, who have inspired you and supported you so that you could be here today. Your friends, family, and peers who have grown right alongside you. All of the students, faculty, staff, alumni, and community members who, in playing their own individual roles, make this institute what it is and therefore share in some part of your success. In recognizing their impact on your own development, I hope that you can recognize that you will soon find yourselves in their shoes. And I invite you to act as the mentors and inspirational voices for the classes yet to follow. Beyond the solidification of your own ability to live and thrive in this world, however, all of us here today celebrate something far greater. We celebrate the hope and promise and potential that you represent for the future of time to come and for the world we all share. As you talk with people about your graduation from MIT, no doubt they will ask you if you are ready for this thing they call the real world. As if something about your time at MIT had been unreal, imagined, just a dream. And don't you wish that dream could have taken place on a nice tropical beach somewhere instead? And yet, there is some truth to what they say. Because as you begin the next leg of your journey outside of this environment, you will likely find yourself in a very different sort of a world where reason increasingly takes a backstage to rhetoric, a world where fear is fast becoming the norm while curiosity and the search for scientific advancement grow ever more suspect. At the same time, it is a world where the problems that confront us, poverty, disease, corruption, war, famine, environmental depletion, have consequences far greater than that of any problem set. And in this real world, you must be the agents of change. You must be the leaders, for you have demonstrated a mastery of that one most essential skill not to be underestimated, the ability to think, to reason, to consider the global and the long term and not just the here and now. These words may seem hollow at first. After all, you walk into this world but an individual. You face problems, many of which have confronted mankind for generations. Yet, I ask you, who will define the status quo of the world to come if not you? Gandhi, a man who knew something of the strength and power of the one in the face of the many, once said, "We must be the change we wish to see." This quote holds relevance for all of us here. For those of you who have truly found paradise during your stay here at MIT, in participating in the meritocratic ideal, in displaying that trademark intellectual defiance, in exercising your passion to debate and delve into the heart of things and your refusal to accept what is handed to you, and in being open to the most unconventional of solutions, to the most hopeless of problems, to you I say, and I charge to you today, to keep alive that passion and drive. The world needs it, and it waits for you. Thank you.
Since the beginning of our life journey, we have dreamed of becoming seekers of knowledge. We are a generation that did not directly witness the mission to the moon or the marches for civil rights, like our mothers and fathers. We are inspired by the information age, spawned in our basements, and most symbolically represented by the internet. The difference is significant. While our parents could watch the Apollo missions with awe and envy, their immediate participation in the growth of these important world changes was limited. We, on the other hand, have been gifted with the opportunity to participate in global changes in an unprecedented fashion. We live in a world where technology has been focused on the public for everyday living, not just for specialized military or government use. Technology has never been more applied to us, has never been more applied to the broad population like it is today, and we have embraced it in all the value that it brings. Since we were surrounded, many of us found our curious minds trying to learn what it was all about. We opened up computers, we built robots, we performed research experiments long before we arrived at MIT. This world we live in now, with applications of technology everywhere before our eyes, fits seamlessly with MIT's academic goals. The time and energy we have spent in laboratories, classes, UROPs, and the unprecedented number of out-of-classroom learning opportunities have culminated to form the experience we call MIT. And yet, our formal training is only a part of what we carry away from our time here. The relationships that we have formed within our community and the way that we have learned to learn in such an intense and rich environment has created the most lasting impact on us. Our experiences at MIT can be compared to, ironically, a vacation. Imagine you went on a vacation to an unfamiliar place and encountered perhaps the worst possible weather. If you had your closest friends with you, together, you would still find a way to have a fantastic time. Well, the same works at MIT. It is the people with whom we have spent our years here that make this place amazing and allow us to succeed. Together, we have done more than if we summed our individual efforts. Together, we have grown more wise. As this community diverges and integrates into the larger society, we will never forget this union. Forever are we attached. We have become citizens of a nation called MIT. We share with our brothers and sisters an immediate connection. When you meet someone and hear that she went to MIT, you already understand so much more about what she's been through. Hear of an MIT grad, and immediately you sense the awesomeness of his intellectual drive and his accomplishments thus far. For to have graduated from MIT is no easy feat. Yet, we remain humbled as we recall our difficult experiences. It is in these testing moments that we can see the opportunities that allow us to put our experiences to good use. However, as members of this marvelous citizenry, there comes a duty. With our citizenship of the MIT nation, we must understand the incredible responsibility of holders of this great power called knowledge. For the world will look at us in our patent disregard for doing the normal. The world will look at us for our audacity and our courage to question everything we see around us. The world will look to us, and it is our responsibility to look back at them and say, together we can accomplish anything. Oliver Wendell Holmes once said, what lies behind us and what lies before us are tiny matters compared to what lies within us. What we have accomplished here at MIT, the education, the relationships, the community, is by no means trivial. But what we truly take away from MIT is the way that these experiences have changed us. This is what we bring to our future. Let us go forth and show them who we are. And now please join me as we partake in the tradition of the turning of our brass rat as a symbol of our accomplishments. At this time, it is my distinct honor to request President Susan Hockfield to join me as we present the senior class gift. In keeping with the traditions of improving student life, the class of 2005 has designated their class gift towards the creation of a new student lounge to take the place of the cashier's office in Lobby 10 right behind me. This year, we were able to raise over $31,000 with 25.4% participation. Congratulations, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Barun, and thank you, Rohit, and the members of the class of 2005 for your gift. The new student lounge off Lobby 10 will provide a welcome space for students to come together at the heart of a very busy campus. It will create a space for conversation and for collaboration. And thank you, Erwin Jacobs, for your thoughtful and inspiring remarks. Your work and your life are evidence of a mind that has thought far into the future to explore the expanding promise and power of technology to improve our lives. The Institute is honored to count you as an alumnus and a friend. Graduates of MIT, this is your day. We have gathered here today in Killian Court to celebrate your accomplishments, the successful completion of demanding courses of study, often lasting several years. You have our deepest respect for all that you have accomplished. But today is not yours alone. None of you would be here this morning were it not for the family and friends who have nurtured and supported you since childhood. Those people who embraced your dreams and lighted your path. This is their day too. Graduates, I ask you please to rise and join with me in thanking those families and friends. A month ago, I stood here in Killian Court and spoke about what defines MIT, about my dreams and hopes for this great institution. Those inaugural remarks were addressed to the whole Institute community. This morning, I would like to speak to those of you who are graduating today about my hopes and dreams for you. You, our graduates, are exceptional individuals. You arrived at MIT with remarkable native talents, already honed by years of demanding study. Here, you've learned from a brilliant faculty, and just as important, from each other. You've learned about complex subject matter, and you've also learned about yourselves. Now, as you leave MIT, I challenge you to put what you have learned here to work for the good of this nation and the world, because we have never needed your talents and skills more than we do now. We live in uncertain and an unsettled age, and we face great challenges. To name only a few, we have challenges in energy, in climate change, in contagious diseases, in the design of our urban communities, and in global poverty. You, the graduates of MIT, are uniquely equipped to address issues like these. You are ready to make the necessary advances in science and technology, to employ rigorous quantitative and qualitative analyses, to develop new methods of interdisciplinary inquiry and problem solving. So at times in the years ahead, when a choice of direction presents itself, I hope you will ask yourselves, where can I do the most good? How can I make a difference in the world? Now, you will not be able to do this work alone. Meeting the great challenges of our era will require teamwork and collaboration. You will need to draw not only on what you have learned in the classroom and laboratory, but also on what you have learned about the importance of community. As the currents of your lives draw you away from MIT's shores, you will, in important and real ways, remain part of this community. At the close of this morning's ceremonies, Linda Sharp, the president of the Alumni Association, will formally welcome you into the association's membership. We hope you will stay connected and engaged with the life of the Institute. But beyond your own personal connection to MIT, I hope you will also transmit the values that define this community to the other communities you will now join. that you will see leadership as an opportunity to serve the common good, that you will make integrity the touchstone of your judgments, that you will exemplify the pursuit of truth and an unwavering drive toward excellence, and that you will continue to demonstrate the value of plain, old-fashioned hard work. Finally, and perhaps most crucially, I ask you to inspire your own generation and those to come with a renewed sense of possibility and optimism for the future. Here at MIT, we see up close the myriad ways in which science and technology promise to benefit humankind. If we are to realize that promise, we need to kindle in others the same love and passion for truth and discovery, for creativity and problem solving that brought us all here. I hope that each of you will embrace this as your challenge. I would not set you this charge if I did not think that each of you could meet it. I have tremendous faith in you. The intelligence, diligence, and creativity you've demonstrated here at MIT have inspired us all. And I know that in the years to come, you will do even more and surprise and delight us with achievements we could never have predicted. So for now, in closing, let me simply say, congratulations, graduates of MIT.
Thank you, President Hockfield, for your first charge to the graduates as the 16th president of MIT. And now, the presentation of the degrees. By virtue of the authority delegated to them by the Corporation of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and upon recommendation of the faculty, President Hockfield and Provost Brown will now present the degrees. President Hockfield will present the following degrees: Bachelor of Science, Bachelor of Science, Master of Science, Bachelor of Science, Master of Engineering, and the advanced degrees for the School of Science and Whitaker College of Health Sciences and Technology. Provost Brown will present the advanced degrees for the School of Architecture and Planning, the School of Engineering, the School of Humanities, Arts, and Social Sciences, and the Sloan School of Management. As they approach the ramp, undergraduate degree recipients will be greeted by the Chancellor, the Dean for Student Life, and the Dean for Undergraduate Education. Graduate degree recipients will be greeted by their school deans. The first graduates to be recognized are the class marshals, who are seated on the stage.
Recognition will now be given to the officers of the class of 2005 and the officers of the Graduate Student Council who are seated on the stage. Rohit Gupta, President of the class of 2005, is awarded the degree of Bachelor of Science in Electrical Science and Engineering.
Advanced degree diplomas will now be presented to students in the School of Architecture and Planning who have completed the specified degree requirements.
John R. Velasco, Vice President of the class of 2005, is pursuing the degree of Bachelor of Science in Political Science. Baron Singh, President of the Graduate Student Council, is pursuing the degree of Doctor of Philosophy. Hector H. Hernandez, Vice President of the Graduate Student Council, is pursuing the degree of Doctor of Philosophy. Bachelor of Science diplomas will now be presented to students in the School of Architecture and Planning who have completed the specified degree requirements. Bachelor of Science in Art and Design, Irene E. Brisson.
Master of Science in Urban Studies and Planning, Randall G. Coffey.
Aloy R. Cavazos III.
Rodolfo Lassi Tamayo.
William J. Elliott.
Kathleen A. McCabe.
Yvette J. Fitch.
Jion Oishi.
Stephen R. Form.
Sonia M. Parisca de Blanco.
Isidro Garcia Torres.
Master of Science in Media Arts and Sciences, Ron Keneal.
Jennifer A. Gogla.
Chandra B. Daly.
Sarah E. Hudson.
Philip C. Davis.
Gregory J. Jones.
Noah S. Fields.
Jian Kim.
William Lark, Jr.
Sarah K. Longenbaker.
Fulu Lee.
Briar A. Lowe.
Anmol P. Madan.
Naomi Monroe.
Akshay Mohan.
Evan J. Pruitt.
Luke O. Ouko.
Randolph S. Punter.
Arnaud Pilpri.
Cecilia E. Ramos.
Manu Prakash.
Jessica E. Rosenkrantz.
Mark S. Schwartz.
Paul J. Sierra.
Walter D. Steele.
Merritt S. Tam. Catherine C. Weng.
I don't know what's coming either. Master of Science without specification of field, Carla Gomez Monroy.
Afia A. Wisby.
Larissa Velti Santos.
Kelly N. Zimmerman.
Doctor of Philosophy with all the rights and privileges pertaining thereto, Arturo Ardila Gomez.
Bachelor of Science in Planning, Marissa Cheng.
Barbara A. Berry.
Sonia J. Kim.
Fabio Carrera.
Jonathan D. Leifer.
John X. Christ.
Alice A. Savage.
Joan M. D'Amico.
Bachelor of Science diplomas will now be presented to students in the School of Engineering who have completed the specified degree requirements. Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering, Stephen M. Alpert,
Janice J. Goldman,
Allison Baker,
Raquel S. Gomes,
Aliyah C. Burton,
Saul T. Griffith,
Veronica Cedeos,
Talene Grigor,
Wintana A. Debasai,
Paul E. Keel,
Raquel Escatel,
Sotirios D. Katsopoulos,
William R. Fowler,
Halden Liu,
Patrick W. Herford,
Stephen J. Marty,
Kelly M. Johnson,
Janet K. Martinez,
David D. Laurie,
Jennifer H. Molinsky,
Michelle R. Main,
Kyung-sun Moon,
Jennifer A. Moore,
Benkei Pan,
Jessica L. Pavlovsky,
Kimiko Ryokai,
Brittany C. Price,
Tara M. Shunker,
Abraham Reyes,
Savalai L. Vaikakul,
Cicely A. Way,
Sunil Demuri,
Michael Y. Young, member of the class of 2005 Executive Committee,
Yan Zhang,
Bachelor of Science in Environmental Engineering Science, Edward I. Dugan,
Advanced degree diplomas will now be presented to students in the School of Engineering who have completed the specified degree requirements. Master of Engineering in Civil and Environmental Engineering, Pragnia Y. Alekal,
Jamie D. Fleischfresser,
Javier Artola,
Candace Jansen Marson,
Robert Michael N. Baffrey,
Amber R. Jaycox,
Jordi Bermarti,
Catherine C. Lynn,
James E. Brown, Jr.,
Michael P. Pahulik,
Amber M. Franz,
Andrea I. Silverman,
Andrew H. Fraser,
Claudia E. Stedman,
Brian J. Friedlich,
Xing Y. Tam,
Philip J. Georgakopoulos,
Catherine M. Walter,
Elaine A. Huang,
Elizabeth A. Witham,
Lauren R. Hunt,
Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering, Andrew G. Baines,
Jeremy A. Kirk,
Nathan B. Ball,
Catherine K. Leach,
Beth E. Banishevsky,
Brian M. Liu,
Kathleen C. Barron,
Najwa K. Obeyed,
Alfredo Bocanegra,
Leslie A. Robinson,
Calvin A. Bonas,
Elizabeth J. Ward-Waller,
Christina M. Bonebrake,
Master of Science in Civil and Environmental Engineering, Matthew G. Chartier,
Jacob D. Bourgeois,
Janet D. Chuang,
John A. Brewer,
Bassam W. Deher,
Severiano R. Canales,
Francois P. Gano,
Lisa M. Chandler,
Shuichi Kasuya,
Panasia Charlern Kavanich,
Antonio Scondis,
Kevin T. Chen,
Andreas Langusis,
Ian M. Collier,
Chongryon O,
Niels J. Cosman,
Anand Rajagopal,
Ethan J. Crumlin,
Master of Science in Mechanical Engineering, Joseph D. Akar,
Christopher M. DiBiasio,
Angelica Esopos,
Keith V. Durand,
Min Seong An,
Javier Enchaneke,
Mireille K. Akilian,
Nicholas J. Fahey,
Mohammed Reza Alam,
Tony J. Ferreira,
Hin Meng Ao,
Gregory P. Fonder,
Daniel J. Burns,
Nicasio Gomez III,
Alexandra H. Chow,
Luke Heidoffer,
Anne Clemenson,
Joseph T. Hardy,
Kristen L. Clements,
Ross L. Hatton,
Raul J. Corral Pinto,
Moses A. Hayward,
James M. Cuseo,
Danny C. Hilton III,
Robert D. Daverman,
Jonathan B. Hopkins,
Sarah N. Davidson,
Jennifer E. Hu,
Matthew A. DeSico,
Douglas C. Huang,
David D. Deal,
Hedley S. Jacobus,
Kathy L. Dionisio,
Marissa L. Jakovich,
Matthew E. Dirks,
Philip T. Johnson,
Moet Garg,
Aparna S. John A. Lagade,
Michael D. Gertie,
Lynn K. Kamimoto,
Sarah J. Hupp,
Catherine H. Coviel,
Hyun Jin In,
Matthew J. Kruger,
Joseph E. Jankowski,
Christina M. Laskowski,
Jeffrey A. Jozak,
Shira M. Lee,
Hadi K. Juma,
Jingju J. Lin,
Jin Kato,
Wei Lu,
Gina Kim,
Kyle S. McKenney,
Kishtov De Kopansky,
Kabir Mukadam,
John Paul Karpusky,
Chidinma C. Obi,
Hoyan Lee,
Carlos I. Ortiz,
Shauna M. Liff,
Jorge Padilla Jr.,
Roman M. Luce III,
Christopher P. Possinger,
Kartik Mangudi Varadarajan,
Sandra S. Quinlan,
Divan L. Mans,
Smitha Raghunathan,
Aaron D. Mazeo,
Andres Ramirez,
Sarah E. Mendelowitz,
Ryan M. Roberts,
Rory F. Monahan,
Joaquin G. Ruiz,
Clemens T. Mula Falca,
Monica R. Rush,
Michael J. O'Brien,
Kirk J. Samaru,
Aaron M. Pianteski,
Gabriel N. Sanchez,
Robin N. Prince,
Sean A. Schoenmakers,
Brian D. Schmid,
Jeremy H. Schultz,
Max Schwager,
Yuan Shu,
Brian A. Selden,
Meredith N. Silberstein,
Eric C. Solar,
Benjamin D. Smith,
Spencer E. Chesney,
Emily C. Smith,
Chung Tin,
Aaron M. Sokolowski,
Joan K. Tisdale,
Orlando Soto,
John Paul Urbanski,
Benjamin W. Sue,
Timothy A. Vanderpool,
Timothy W. Suen,
Adam P. Volmer,
Ronald S. Tharp,
Craig B. Wildman,
Anthony H. Thomas II,
Amos G. Winter V,
Zachary J. Trainer,
Joseph J. Vliklinsky,
Eitan S. Trangle,
Jakob A. Ronsky,
Curtis N. Vanderpoy,
Master of Engineering in Materials Science and Engineering, Laura Abashian,
Jessica Vechakol,
Kevin J. Tibbetts,
Miraida A. Vega Gonzalez,
George C. Whitfield,
Daniel G. Walker,
Yuan Zhang,
Bachelor of Science as recommended by the Department of Mechanical Engineering, Dexter W. Ang,
Master of Science in Materials Science and Engineering, Vikrant Agniotri,
Joseph M. Odette,
Catherine K. Beecher,
Jessica E. Schaffer,
Sung H. Kang,
Jennifer J. DeBoer,
Yamini Kangudi,
Heather A. Doring,
Nicolas F. Munet,
Hazel A. Elizondo,
Mark Sakai,
Ming Fei Fong,
Stephen M. Tobias,
Allison L. Hall,
Joel C. Williams,
David A. Held,
Master of Engineering in Electrical Engineering and Computer Science, Nathan J. Ackerman,
Thomas V. Hennessy III,
Stephanie K. Balster,
Edward F. Shea,
Charles F. Cadu,
Jeffrey J. Shu,
Adam S. Champy,
Lauren C. Kai, member of the class of 2005 Executive Committee,
Chung Chan,
Jason G. Liang,
Howard F. Chan,
Sheila A. Longo,
Chaitra Chandrasekhar,
Christopher W. McMinn,
Juawan Chen,
Alexander M. Meckelberg,
David R. Chang,
Jason S. Park,
Jimmy Chung,
Mitun P. Ranka,
Yu Ha Chin,
Jeremy D. Schwartz,
Flora T. Chu,
Aaron C. Shea,
Howard H. Cho,
Lee S. Squitiera,
Sharon B. Cohen,
Laurie A. Stack,
Genevieve T. Cuevas,
Jennifer Tang,
John S. Danaher,
Derek S. Thoman,
Nicola Deo,
Stephen A. Weiner,
Maya Dobulskaya,
Amy L. Wong,
Nicole Dre,
Bachelor of Science in Material Science and Engineering, Edward S. Barnard,
Anna A. Dreyer,
Robin M. Davis,
Adam M. Eames,
Merrill R. Del Rosario,
Edward A. Faulkner IV,
Induka O. Enemchukwu,
Miguel C. Ferreira,
Isaac B. Feitler,
Patrick R. Griffin,
Gabrielle L. Frame,
Nathan F. Hanagami,
Sandra D. Gonzalez,
Jameson R. Hope,
Julie L. Goss,
Stephanie Hope,
Nalini Gupta,
Charles W. Kehoe,
Elizabeth A. Hager,
Daniel D. Kim,
Donald R. Jenket II,
Boudica N. Koraachi,
Noelani K. Malela,
Christopher K. Leung,
Naomi T. Cohen,
Joanne J. Leong,
Kathy H. Lee,
Umberto Maleschi,
Andy Y. Lin,
Uttara P. Marty,
Kevin A. Mekumba,
Ian S. Martin,
Jacob W. Myerson,
Arthur Musa,
Joanna M. Natsios,
Carolina Netoliska,
Brian T. Neltner,
Adam J. Alliner,
Christopher Ing,
John G. Piscarich,
David T. Schoen,
Martin Ramos Rizos Patron,
Peter R. Stone,
Ariel L. Rideout,
Angela Tong,
Ishan Sachdev,
George S. Waxman,
Andrew D. Selbst,
Bachelor of Science as recommended by the Department of Material Science and Engineering, Jessica B. So,
Nidhi Sharma,
Bachelor of Science in Electrical Science and Engineering, Tuful A. Al-Naimi,
David M. Signoff,
Kimberly A. Ang,
Alp Shimshek,
Eugene J. Bake,
Stephen M. Stern,
Raul E. Barreto,
Jim Suka,
Ross E. Bland,
Ziad R. Sultan,
Andrew J. Campanella,
Christopher J. Taylor,
Stephanie A. Clausen,
Murali S. Vanjapayam,
Kathleen G. Connolly,
Benjamin P. Walker,
Alex J. Crumlin,
Benjamin L. Wang,
Stephanie A. Delacacios,
Yufei Wang,
Rebecca C. Diaz,
David A. Wilson,
Mingyan Fan,
Sofia Yudiskaya,
Eleanor R. Foltz,
Michael A. Zivich,
Gustavo A. Gill,
David P. Ziegler.
Timothy D. Heidel,
Master of Science in Electrical Engineering and Computer Science, Robert E. Beverly IV.
Sandro Herrera,
Padraig J. Cantillon Murphy.
Abraham Shu,
Shuardan Chen.
Vanessa F. Su Chen,
Carrie Chung.
Jeffrey B. Huang,
Christos M. Christodias.
Dania Hussein,
Marcus Dalam.
David A. Jackson,
Dennis C. Daly.
Scott D. Johnston,
Daniel F. Finkelstein.
Joseph R. Kovach,
Thomas P. Gautier.
Daniel Y. Kwan,
Sayed Mehdi Gazor.
Anna H. Lee,
Sin Huang.
Maxine Lee,
Byung-Serb Kim.
Jamie Lien,
Arno Lekogik.
Suzanne Lowe,
Eric M. Matson.
Joel J. Lopez,
Shubham Mukherjee.
Brian A. Mazeo,
Ryan R. Newton.
Andrew P. McPherson,
Manchuk Eng.
Rafael A. Medina,
Teruo Ono.
Anderson N. Newihe,
Sivananda K. Reddy.
Benazir S. Nurani,
Kang Yung Bum Liu.
Greta C. Panova,
Vikas Sharma.
Surapab Rayanakon,
Rupam Srivastava.
William R. Sanchez,
Naya Singh.
Edward D. Semper,
J. Kumar Sundararajan.
Sangamitra Sen,
Charles H. Schwanek III.
John S. Shafran,
Ryan C. Tabone.
Midhat Shahid,
Ming Y. Tang.
Kushan K. Surana,
Alexander M. Tsankov.
Sean D. Whaley,
Naveen Venerma.
Matthew S. Wilsey,
Zoya I. Volnitskaya.
Yushin Shah,
Wallace D. Wong.
Sue Y. Young,
Pamela Yusuf Masad.
Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering and Computer Science, Priya Agrawal,
Lawrence F. Zampanta.
Sana S. Ahmad,
Master of Science in Chemical Engineering, Andrew J. Allen.
Miguel E. Amaya,
Irina Bermenko.
Flora M. Amwayi,
Malancha Gupta.
Wasim S. Baker,
Carrie M. Krall.
Michael A. Barrett,
Master of Science in Chemical Engineering Practice, Rocco P. Ciccolini.
Neha Bhargava,
Barry M. Grace.
Kevin Bong,
Brian E. Mikas,
Mark D. Boudreau,
Bernat Oye Pukorul,
Jared A. Casper,
Felipe Orsono,
Kelvin Chan,
Jin Zhou.
Mindy H. Chang,
Master of Science in Ocean Engineering, Kwang H. Lee,
Eric Chemi,
Jennifer L. Mann,
Vincent Chen,
Harish Mukundan,
Lindsay F. Christian,
Master of Science in Naval Architecture and Marine Engineering, Andrew D. Wiggins,
Leonard Y. Chung,
Master of Science in Naval Architecture and Marine Engineering, Naval Construction and Engineering, Thomas W. Danucci,
Lauren E. Clement,
William C. Green,
Andrew L. Clough,
Mark E. Johnson,
Patrick C. D'Souza,
Chiquo Lee,
Charles F. Dominguez,
Michael J. Plumley,
Amal K. Dorai,
Jan A. Ribka,
Inan Aaron Doe,
Brian S. Thomas,
Christy L. Eng,
Kai O. Torkelson,
Uchechukwu U. Enuha,
Master of Science in Ocean Systems Management, Nikolaos H. Petrakakos,
Corey P. Fusatola,
Alexander R. Sickle,
Adana J. Gallagher,
Master of Science in Aeronautics and Astronautics, Daria Akakanak,
Manish Gaudi,
Elizabeth Bly,
Samuel N. Gikandi,
Philippe A. Bonfoy,
Robert M. Griffin,
Jean-Baptiste Brachet,
Philip J. Guo,
Silva Bruni,
Sagar G. Gupta,
Thomas Chabot,
Christina J. Howe,
Richard Cliaz Savaillon,
Thomas M. Hoover,
Aaron J. Cooper,
Daniel R. Jacobs,
Pierre M. Dackel,
Vishal A. Jain,
Nisilan I. Doran,
Inhan Kang,
Kevin R. Duda,
Hillary M. Carls,
Noel E. Dutoy,
Faye M. Kasemset,
Noel E. Dutoy,
Rubaiyath Khan,
Jessica L. Edmonds,
David E. Kloster,
Patrick N. Freuler,
Adam D. Kraft,
Ian M. Garcia,
Adam A. Kumpf,
Sebastian Gorlov,
Shane Chen S. Quay,
Alyssa M. Hawkins,
Alana H. Lafferty,
Daniel W. Kwan,
Jen Ming Lee,
Caroline M. Lamb,
Shujin J. Lee,
Sarah J. McClellan,
Jacques C. Liederkirchen,
Laura M. Major,
Daniel D. Leeds,
Gregory T. Mark,
Alvin L. Lin,
Oliver B. Martin,
Jennifer W. Lin,
Paul J. Mitchell,
Sejuen Liu,
William D. Nudir,
Maya Mahoney,
Matthew D. Neve,
Quinn Mahoney,
Sean P. Nolan,
Joshua C. Mandel,
Jean-Francois A. One,
Petch Manoharn,
David V. Parker,
Dario A. Mara,
Ayana T. Samuels,
Michael J. Machinsky,
John L. Stedel,
Cale D. McNanny,
David Y. Tan,
Shauna X. May,
Rachel N. Thesson,
Nathan F. Meng,
Joshua F. Torgerson,
Alexander W. Moore,
Roland E. Weibel,
Jennifer C. Novosad,
Leonard N. Woolley,
Ojonimi A. Ocholi,
Brian M. Wong,
Stephen H. Okano,
Master of Science in Nuclear Engineering, Victoria K. Anderson,
Ketul M. Parikh,
Mark V. Bertie,
Peter J. Pena,
Master of Engineering in Logistics, Atul Agarwal,
Vitaly Pirivyezev,
Ron Arad,
Hubert Pham,
Cynthia L. Belfay,
Galen E. Pickard,
Nicholas Brazy,
Rocco J. Pigneri,
Shipping Sen,
Alvin C. Powers III,
Yan Chen,
Katarzyna A. Puhawa,
Colby R. Childs,
Satish Ramaswamy,
Dalar Chismagi,
Ariel Rodriguez,
Margaret T. Dow,
Craig J. Rothman,
George M. de Oliveira,
David R. Shannon,
Derek T. DeSholi,
Daniel S. Schultz,
Huailing Gong,
Akil Shashidar,
Waikwan B. Ha,
Chang Shah,
Tahi Hun,
Tawanda C. Sibanda,
Matthew J. Harding,
Matthew C. Seither,
Gregory D. Holt,
Temitope O. Shonui,
Christopher W. Kertz Lake,
John M. Spurlock,
Sumit Kumar,
William T. Stoltzman,
Maximilian G. Locker,
James X. Sun,
Sigurjon Poulson,
Michael Y. Tang,
Timothy E. Russell,
Weihua R. Tao,
Fidel Santos Manzano,
Christopher K. Tsai,
Adam I. Schlesinger,
Cedric A. Titus II,
Victoria W. Shen,
Christopher D. Vu,
Eugene T. Takanaga Jr.,
Jonathan T. Wong,
Mohith Tiwari,
Ram H. Wu,
Bindia Vakil,
Joseph H. Yu,
Master of Science in Bioengineering, S. Julianne Lloyd,
Bernardo M. Zaka,
Master of Science in Engineering and Management, Matthew R. Bagley,
Ji Zhang,
Atish Banerjee,
Min Zhang,
Eduardo F. Barreto,
Menyao Zhou,
Derek W. Beck,
Bachelor of Science in Computer Science and Engineering, Nicholas A. Behrens,
Andrew S. Bond,
Punyashlok Biswal,
Ethan L. Butler,
Suhibi Bagarara,
Greg W. Charbono,
Tyler D. Callahan,
Lisa A. Kerham,
Javier A. Castro,
Jelani H. Ellington,
Wendy Chang,
Laura A. Garza,
David C. Chow,
Lourdes Gomez de la Mora,
Jar Chen Fazio,
Mesbah Hawk,
Diane L. Cristoforo,
Celeste D. Kupczynski,
Spencer M. Cross,
Stanley J. Prutz,
Stephanie C. Cross,
Kokseng D. Kwa,
Boris D. Chukalovich,
Jean-Claude J. Sagbini,
Al Hussein Daya,
Sashi K. Somavaparapu,
C. Hendrata Dharmawan,
Michelle P. Stevens,
Bruce J. DiBello,
Nicholas S. Svensson,
Annie D. Ding,
Massimo Usan,
Casey A. Dugan,
Lara D. Zervich,
Evelyn S. Eastman,
Ronald J. Ziegler,
Michael B. Eversole,
Master of Science in Technology and Policy, Thomas Boscher,
Abraham J. Evansell,
Alan Y. Cheng,
Eric T. Fellheimer,
Ling Tsui,
Laurie C. Gibson,
Daniel G. Florian,
Grayson P. Giovine,
Letizia Fournier,
Artem Glazer,
Travis R. Frank,
Eitan M. Gleinert,
Ayaka B. Jones,
Suba Gul,
Tony W. Lim,
Lukash S. Hall,
Andrew M. Long,
Charles S. Hahn,
Kira J. Mattis,
Troy V. Hart,
Kelvin Weichiang C.,
Nestor F. Hernandez Gonzalez,
Ram C. Saker,
Arturo Hinojosa,
Satwiksai Seshasai,
Tina Y. Shea,
Seguras P. Segurididis,
David C. Wong,
Dalong Shi,
David T. Hunt,
Juan Pablo Torres Padilla,
Ryan A. Kabir,
Lisheng Wang,
Emily Kim,
Saudu Wang,
Patrick L. Korb,
John L. Ward,
Justin Y. Lamb,
Gabriel R. Weinberg,
Michael J. Lambert,
David S. Zibkin,
Edmund Lau,
Master of Science in Transportation, Abby S. Benson,
Han C. Lee,
Jennifer S. Chung,
Eric W. Lieberman,
Karishma F. Chowdhury,
Emerson H. Lynn,
Travis P. Dunn,
Michael F. Lynn,
Jeffrey D. Insor,
Jamie Liu,
Christian A. Guerva Q,
Chin Liu,
Ava Cassens,
Sajia Liu,
Bernardo J. Ortiz Mantilla,
Cece Liu,
Stacy Schwartz,
Sri Ganesh Lokanathan,
James B. Sorensen,
Gabriel A. Lopez Batanzos,
Rafael Tardy,
Rebecca L. Luger Gilliam,
Janine M. Walazuski,
Robert M. McAndrew,
Shiro Yamanaka,
Corey S. McCaffrey,
Basil J. Yunin,
Catherine T. Miller,
Master of Science without specification of field, Anamika Agarwal,
Paul G. Miller,
Christopher P. Bobko,
Sarah W. Mirza,
Rinwa F. Schweter,
A. M. Moe,
Justin R. Gerritsen,
Jason E. Mueller,
Lauren A. Killian,
Jelani O. Nelson,
Shesong Zi,
Eric J. Nordlander,
Mechanical Engineer, Jamie B. Workmeister,
Michael H. Ogredziak,
Naval Engineer, Naval Construction and Engineering, Robert A. Gold,
Marina L. Orton,
Georgios Gougalidis,
Jonathan J. Parks,
Andrew P. Johnson,
Nancy Fan,
Brian D. Miller,
Gary L. Planthaver Jr.,
Jonathan E. Rucker,
Daniel R. Ports,
Peter D. Small,
Michael E. Rolish,
Daniel Y. Wong,
Anthony W. Shelfo,
Edward G. West,
Raphael H. Schloming,
Robert A. Wolf,
Benjamin A. Schmeckpepper,
Nuclear Engineer, Nicole M. Treeman,
Catherine M. Shee,
Doctor of Science with all the rights and privileges pertaining thereto, Ching Ao,
Amanda C. Smith,
Susan J. Brown,
Ian P. Spivey,
Kelly L. Hendrickson,
Will C. Stockwell,
Chu E. Ho,
Ibrahim R. Tadros,
Maya R. Saeed,
Edgar J. Terrero,
Chen Shan Ying,
Zane Tien,
Doctor of Philosophy with all the rights and privileges pertaining thereto, Samir Ajmani,
Timur Tokmolan,
Soji Akiyama,
James A. Tolbert II,
Syed M. Alam,
Anson Say,
Christine J. Alvarado,
David W. Say,
Ionasis Anagnostasis,
Chester G. C.,
Bharatwaj Anantharaman,
Yanis Chukakalidis,
James P. Anderson,
Armando Valdez Samaniego,
Patrick A. Anquetil,
Alexander M. Vandiver,
Konstantinos Antoniou,
Javier J. Velas,
Artur M. Arsenio,
Bin D. Vo,
Munish G. Bajaj,
Eric M. Wagner,
Brian M. Baines,
Louis S. Waldman,
Michael C. Berg,
Andrew F. Wang,
David A. Berry,
Jesse Wang,
Samuel R. Booton,
Chen Wang,
Derek L. Bruning,
Samudu W. Wadagala,
Stephen P. Berger,
Matthew J. Weber,
Martin F. Bill,
Daniel J. Wendell,
Chongyu Kao,
Victor L. Williamson,
Jorge A. Catero Benignos,
Thomas B. Wilson,
Frederic J. Chignon,
Stanley A. Woods III,
Serena Chan,
Chin Shao,
Yuhan Chang,
Emily Z. Yan,
Ying Chao,
Vincent S. Young.
Irfan U. Chowdhury.
Brian C. Young.
Hebo Chin.
Xiao Yu.
Kwanning Chin.
Bachelor of Science in Chemical Engineering, Veronica A. Andrews.
Wei-Rin Chen.
Henry A. Bergquist.
Shudong Chin.
Nancy Y. Chen.
Jingyan Chin.
Dalton F. Cheng.
Yongjun Cho.
Laura C. Chidozi.
Henry K. Choi.
Curtis D. Chin.
Jiwei Chu.
Youngson T. Cho.
Dwayne E. Clark.
Reuben L. Cummings.
Seth Ko Sullivan.
David J. Donahue.
David W. Colby.
Ian H. Driver.
Brian L. Crane.
David M. Eliu.
Nathan B. Crane.
Kristen D. Rayback.
Brian C. Dean.
Kathy E. Hufford.
Delphine M. Dean.
Prachi Jane.
Jan Damat.
Cindy Y. Zhao.
Munish Diapora.
Deja R. Judelson.
Christopher W. Dever.
Catherine A. Leskin.
Stefan Dedana.
Aaron K. Mathewson.
Min Dong.
Peter G. Miller.
Megan E. Frary.
Richard M. Mills.
Song Gao.
Rowena Middle.
Simpson L. Garfinkel.
Jorge A. Noble, Jr.
Suchandra T. Ghosh.
Hana O.
Juliet T. Gopinath.
Swapna Panaganti.
Thomas O. Gorin.
Lily X. Peng.
Bipin Gupta.
Chantel Poulsen.
Mariah S. Han.
Ashley R. Rothenberg.
Jean-Pil Hum.
Christopher J. Russell.
Matthew J. Hancock.
Johanna E. Salazar Lazaro.
Brian D. Harms.
Carlin A. Saylor.
Praklad Harsha.
Priya S. Shah.
Fardad A. Hashimi.
Anita Shah.
Maiwa Hayashi.
Laura B. Shimon.
Anka Hildebrandt.
Edward W. Song.
Newt T. Ho.
Frederick E. Tan.
Kaylee Hoffman.
Evangeline Satsaslo.
Jenchul Hong.
Nicholas A. Wees.
Stanley S. Hong.
Judy Y. Ye.
Paylin Shong.
Jessica A. Zaman.
Alexander T. Eiler.
Aaron M. Zoller.
Nicole S. Imolika.
Bachelor of Science as recommended by the Department of Chemical Engineering. Kalik T. Chang.
Ahmed E. Ismail.
Sammy Sino.
Robert C. Jagno.
Bachelor of Science in Ocean Engineering. Jesse L. Austin Brenneman.
Lashonda T. James Corley.
Ann K. Baker.
Kevin A. James.
Jesse D. Chandler.
Audrey M. Johnson.
Jeffrey B. Gilbert.
Erdem Karaka.
Olivia Leiterman.
Angela Kellick.
Margaret A. Loftus.
Charles C. Kemp.
Adrian F. Yandel.
Ali Kadem Hosseini.
Bachelor of Science in Aerospace Engineering. Danielle R. Adams.
Jiyeon Kim.
Daniel C. Alex.
Jong Yoon Kim.
Omar S. Bashir.
Jun Mo Kim.
Isabel M. Bernal.
Ki H. Kim.
Amy S. Berzensky.
Ioannis Kitsapanidis.
Richard Dwayne S. Chambers.
Gusha Yong Ku.
Jacqueline E. Saikon.
Edward T. Kopeski,
Laura G. Condon,
Ishan Lai,
Marcos I. Flores,
Ching Law,
Jean-Marc D. Freuler,
Alex Y. Lee,
Michael S. Fritz,
Jennifer H. Lee,
Allison C. Gallagher Rogers,
Jusung J. Lee,
Robert W. Grimes,
Walter C. Lee,
Jason R. Herrera,
Young Wong Lee,
Colleen A. Horan,
Matthew A. Lahar,
Elizabeth O. Jordan,
Lee Wei H. Lehman,
Agnieszka Koszczelniak,
Stephen R. Little,
Scott C. Lawrence,
Chunmei Liu,
June L. Marquith,
Leong Liu,
James M. Modaset,
Cynthia S. Lowe,
Craig D. Morales,
John P. Locke,
Carlos Pinedo,
Irina Lucifredi,
Johanna M. Pribalaski,
Karen Moraes,
Rodu C. Radutsa,
Darko Marina,
Israel Reyna,
Nuno M. Martins,
Emily Schwartz,
Gary R. Mascali,
Christopher J. Sequeira,
Carlene R. Mascali,
Nicholas O. Sedelnik,
Rebecca A. Masterson,
Peter D. Simich,
LaRuth C. McAfee,
David B. Smith,
Trevor D. McKee,
Regina M. Sullivan,
Vivian F. McNeil,
Matthew J. Thies,
Scott E. Menninger,
Julia E. Thrower,
Holly A. Michael,
Joshua F. Walton,
Kylie P. Miller,
Gemmo John S. Yessel,
Demetrios Mitsouras,
Bachelor of Science in Aerospace Engineering with Information Technology, Catherine H. Allen,
Euclid E. Moon,
Avani S. Bell,
Ali Mostashari,
Brett M. Bethke,
Gregory N. Nielsen,
Thomas M. Coffey,
John P. Novak,
Ernesto Cortez,
Jerome J. Palazzolo,
Oliver de la Cruz,
Prem V. Pavur,
Shannon Dong,
William B. Perry,
Finale P. Doshi,
Joshua W. Finney,
Lowry D. Duvall Jr.,
Arthur J. Patera,
Tamor L. Shama,
Killian M. Hole,
John D. Griffith,
Georgia M. Poliski,
Michael R. Hyman,
Nisanka B. Prianta,
Nicholas R. Hoff III,
Ralph R. Rabat,
Sung Min Kim,
Militza Radicic,
Arthur T. Mack,
Balaji M. Rao,
Jordan J. McRae,
Carlos A. Regalado Santa Maria,
Jasmine Mugbelly,
Arthur G. Richards,
Michael C. Patrick,
Christopher M. Roberge,
Audrey M. Schaefer,
Rodrigo S. Rodriguez,
John P. Sims Jr.,
April D. Ross,
Bachelor of Science in Nuclear Engineering, Alexandra F. Away,
Adam K. Jepniewski,
Jeffrey E. Bridgham,
Alvar Saenz Otero,
Abigail Bushman,
Sajun Sani,
Sean P. Gallagher,
Helen G. Santoso,
Mair D. Hershkovich,
Ramahi B. Sarma Rupavataram,
Matthew C. Hine,
Vishal Saxena,
Austin H. Roach,
Ernst Skultz,
Michael P. Short,
Samuel A. Swire,
Bachelor of Science diplomas will now be presented to students in the School of Humanities, Arts, and Social Sciences who have completed the specified degree requirements. Bachelor of Science in Economics, Timothy M. Brantley.
Wan Kiat Se,
Zachary P. Kahn.
Tiongong Shang,
Andrea Kishka.
Sonia A. Sharp,
Ariel N. Edelstein.
Yong Shi,
Erko M. Edela.
Ellen J. Sim,
David H. Guttag.
Borislav T. Sirakov,
Sonia Y. Wong.
Anand Sivaraman,
Yeri Kim.
Jane J. Son,
Jennifer A. Lau.
Matthew J. Spankno,
Rebecca H. Lessem.
Kurt A. Steinkraus,
Wen Lee.
Jasper T. Stain, Jasper L. Stain, sorry.
Laway Lin.
Raghunathan Sudarshan,
Pallavi S. Mishra.
Jeffrey S. Swers,
Tammy T. Poon.
John D. Safransky,
Sanjay H. Sankapanavar.
Ali Tabai Brafrui,
Smitha Singh.
Sharng S. Tan,
Konstantinos Choukales.
Sheila N. Tandon,
Jeremiah Y. Yu.
Min Tung,
Bachelor of Science in Political Science, Jonathan Boisilal.
Joshua A. Tauber,
Matthew V. Brooks.
Xiaoqing Teng,
Wilmer F. Fiorentino.
Chitanya Ulau,
Rachel M. Ingwer.
Oslim Uzaner,
Danchai Megadenimpam.
Samudre Vijay,
Christine M. Ortiz Guzman.
Numan Wahid,
Laura A. Rogers.
Michael E. Walsh,
Lily A. Werner.
Andrew Y. Wang,
Eric W. Ewan.
Hao Wang,
Bachelor of Science in Literature, Mani Gorashi.
Hong Ren Wang,
Margot S. Randolph.
Roping Wang,
Bachelor of Science in Writing, Adora Asala.
Michael R. Watts,
Matthew R. Burns.
Stephen E. Weiss,
Richa Maheshwari.
Katharina D. Wijaya,
Bachelor of Science in Humanities, Jessica E. Heinel.
Patrick Willoughby,
Alexandra K. Kent.
Lee F. Winder,
Bachelor of Science in Humanities and Engineering, Brandy A. Carter.
Mingyang Xu,
Catherine A. Franco.
Jason C. Young,
Natalie Paul.
Xiaowei Yang,
Bachelor of Science in Humanities and Science, Anna R. Cooperstein.
Paul E. Yelvington,
Bachelor of Science in Philosophy, Daniel R. Swanton.
Brent J. Yin,
Bachelor of Science in Linguistics and Philosophy, Amy B. Luxembourg.
Yik E. Yoon,
Bachelor of Science in Comparative Media Studies, Shakitha E. Burr.
Sewon Yong,
Gordon F. Fellows.
Jun Shig Yoon,
Daniel E. McAnulty.
Yi Yuan,
Bruno A. Sugai.
Howard Y. Yu,
Bachelor of Science diplomas will now be presented to students in the Sloan School of Management who have completed the specified degree requirements. Bachelor of Science in Management Science, Anuj A. Agarwal,
Andrea Zanzato,
Naveen B. Alwani,
Lei Zhou.
Pedro A. Ariano.
Advanced degree diplomas will now be presented to students in the School of Humanities, Arts, and Social Sciences who have completed the specified degree requirements. Master of Science in Political Science, Daniel S. Carter,
Takahiko P. Asari,
Salina B. Salim,
Catherine S. Au,
Master of Science in Science Writing, Jennifer T. Frazier,
Ala M. Becker,
Courtney E. Humphreys.
Jose J. Barraza Jr.,
Master of Science in Linguistics, Stephanie M. Fielding.
Michael M. Beatty,
Master of Science in Comparative Media Studies, Brett B. Camper.
James B. Beatty,
Andrea N. McCarty,
Joshua H. Bertman,
Rekha S. Murthy.
Brett C. Boschko,
Doctor of Philosophy with all the rights and privileges pertaining thereto, Dana L. Brown.
Daniel A. Bravo,
Peter C. Evans,
Chris L. Carey,
Iban Fernandez Val,
Adam T. Chow,
Ann E. Hall,
Brandon T. Chow,
Shane L. Hamilton,
Warren W. Chia,
Yinan He,
Veronica Y. Chu,
Ashley Z. Lester,
Brian Cho,
David N. Lusco,
Woojin Choi,
Jessica E. Miller Medina,
Grace A. Chu,
Eric J. Mulliger,
Catherine Durr,
Gerard Padro E. Miquel,
Rufik Teane,
Nancy Chien,
Daniel J. Dock,
Annie X. Vivera Attenberger,
Yanis Drix,
Marcia J. Simon,
Scott M. Edinburgh,
Michael D. Steinberger,
Marcus B. Felder,
Trudy M. Wilcox,
Timothy O. Ferris,
Chinpeng Young.
Adam J. Gibbons,
Advanced degree diplomas will now be presented to students in the Sloan School of Management who have completed the specified degree requirements. Master of Business Administration, Sloan Fellows, Atul Achira,
Megan L. Gibbons,
Eric A. Isian,
Rose A. Grabowski,
Ahmad O. Al-Kuwaiter,
Amit K. Gupta,
Sidney E. Anderson,
Philip Ho,
Fred P. Bickley III,
Lisa A. Huang,
Martin Capriles,
Rosanna D. Ivanova,
Richard C. Chow,
Najiad Jamal,
Xiangchu Chen,
Omar Janaya,
Jong Hoon Chung,
Esther R. Judelson,
Brian S. Courtney,
Pyle H. Kadakia,
Rahul K. Danda,
Fahod H. Kajoni,
Francisco E. Diarte Martinez,
Aaron Kent,
Delmar S. Dukes,
Carolyn J. Kim,
Shozo Egosi,
Insu Kim,
Alexi V. Elisiv,
Laura J. Kim,
Cyril Ettore,
Eston M. Kimani,
Kathleen S. Fliss,
Eric J. Konopka,
Jaime L. Flores,
Miranda M. Lai,
Andrew D. Fox,
Cindy B. Lee,
Robert E. Gagnon,
Jung Eun Lee,
Stephen E. Gune,
Susie Lee,
Renee P. Grosvider,
Green J. Liu,
Maria Grunwald,
Michelle P. Luke,
Bassam Hajhamad,
Matthew J. Morissette,
Brian P. Halligan,
Austin K. Nudiker,
Anurag Harsh,
Christopher R. O'Neill,
Harry L. Hebert,
Thomas W. Pelletier,
Mariano A. Hennen,
Jennifer Pang,
Priya Iyer,
Ting Ting Peng,
Eric C. Jones,
Raul David V. Poblano,
Jae-Hak Kim,
Richard A. Pope III,
Sugong Kim,
Mark J. Porter,
Toshio Kitamura,
Kelsey M. Presson,
Cesar E. Landin Olivares,
Shiva R. Remish,
Michael H. Lawrence,
Suhita G. Reddy,
Joseph W. Leong,
Emilus D. Rodriguez,
Bo Song P. Lin,
Jonathan G. Rogg,
Akira Matsuki,
Clifford A. Roscoe,
Daniel M. McCarron,
Jesselyn C. Shen,
Cesar P. Michelutti,
Christopher C. Simeon,
James D. Mills,
Sarika S. Singh,
Patrick M. Mangovan,
Timo J. Somervuo,
Koji Nakeye,
Yang Song,
Frank Neary,
Albert G. Sun,
Alicio A. Neto,
Haiming O. Sun, member of the class of 2005 Executive Committee,
Jabril Watara,
Raja Surapayani,
Sungha Park,
Jamie L. Silman,
Tae Young Park,
Isaac B. Taylor,
Nobuhiko Shiga,
Michelle A. Tew,
Claudine Sigam,
Derek D. Sue,
Antonio F. Silva,
Shiva Viswanathan,
Brian J. Smith,
Whitney E. Watson,
Tiangwan Tae,
Derek Wu,
Yukari Tuzi,
Jennifer Q. Wu,
Hideo Uchida,
Jennifer Ying,
Lee A. Vichy,
Tian Yu.
Kei Watanabe.
Bachelor of Science diplomas will now be presented to students in the School of Science who have completed the specified degree requirements. Bachelor of Science in Chemistry, Andrew W. Borkowski,
Jong Seok Yu,
Katrine Brock,
Liang Shang,
Kendra A. Bussey,
Master of Science in Management, Sloan Fellows, Michael R. First,
Andrew J. Danford,
John Paul Gorski,
Jillian L. Dempsey,
Hirofumi Hojo,
Ngozi Eze,
Lynn M. McDonald,
Stavrula Artemis K. Hatsios,
Master of Business Administration, Kareem A. Abadi.
Eileen J. Huang,
Robert F. Abanat.
Shayna J. Jackson,
Sagi Abiri.
Jill O. Jin,
Rami K. Abu Khalil.
Udhay Krishnan,
Daniel A. Alarco.
Jenny Z. Liu,
Asier Alia Castaños.
Torsak Luan Paisonan,
Alicia Y. Anderson.
Thomas D. Luckett IV,
Jennifer L. Andrews.
Karen C. O'Brien,
Terry N. Angelos.
Zachary D. Perez,
Francisco J. Anselmi Rusin.
Ilya E. Santo Diaz,
Roy Appleman.
Carolyn T. Soma,
Artis A. Arnold III.
Niamata C. Saucer,
S. Johanna Auerbach.
Nathan D. Shapiro,
Gautam Avlegaonkar.
Gina L. Sinsky,
Lane P. Ballard.
Shauna S. Stanton,
Juan J. Barboya Perez.
Anna L. Vetter,
Miranda Barrows.
Annie One,
Sylvia Battigelli.
Catherine A. Wu,
Kenneth Bosang.
Kevin M. Yurkowicz,
James M. Beckerleg.
Bachelor of Science in Biology, Brittany S. Adamson,
Andrew E. Benzing.
Jenny J. Ahn,
Edward T. Bix.
Jem Albayrak,
Robert I. Blakely.
Lisa M. Ahn,
Tobin C. Blaylock.
John A. Aquadro,
Jangwon John Bu.
Rupali S. Avasare,
Nicholas B. Boulette.
Priya Banerjee,
Alberto E. Brause.
Nancy J. Benedetti,
Daniel R. Brenninkmeyer.
Siddhart K. Bola,
J. Andrew Bunce.
Caitlin A. Brennan,
Nicholas Burr Garcia de la Huerta.
Misha O. Bino,
Christian G. Caballero.
Stephanie H. Chang,
Peter M. Capozoli II.
Jerry W. Chow,
Thierry D. Cazier.
Carolyn L. Chen,
Alberto F. Caballo.
Danos C. Christodulo,
Omer Cheddar.
Icha Chu,
John M. Selmans.
Nicholas H. Chun,
Jeffrey T. Cerilius.
Hangul Chung,
Juan C. Chaya.
Joyce Y. Chung,
Pratap Chakravarti.
Melanie G. Cornejo,
Wayne C. Chang.
Danielle N. Daly.
H.R. Chase.
Julia C. Espel.
Mark Chassie.
Jennifer Fong.
Jim P. Chauvapun.
Julia P. Felice.
Anthony D. Chen.
Sandra Y. Galdemes.
John T. Chen.
McCall Gans.
Carming Cheng.
Mark S. Garcia.
Christine Chung.
Christina L. Green.
Stella S. Choi.
Yayi Go.
Dale M. Chon.
Rajini R. Haraksting.
Angsar C. Chorhummel.
Emily C. Havens.
Eugene F. Chow.
Timmy Ho.
Kevin F. Choi.
David K. Hoyle Jr.
Ki Chung C. Chung.
Ratika Jagamantan.
Mug Chuyang Hoi.
Joanne Lai.
Sergio Civetta.
Melissa A. Latigo.
Jeffrey P. Coco.
Jessica A. Lee.
Jason W. Connolly.
Stephen S. Lee.
Bruce A. Constantine.
Yvonne Lee.
Justin M. Cook.
Elisa P. Lehman.
Yi Chao Tsui.
Yuka Liang.
Richard J. Curzon.
Douglas J. Levine.
Jeffrey S. Davis.
Alvin Y. Lang.
Michael R. Dean.
Isul Ann L. Lim.
Geoffroy de Mitenar.
Erica Lynn.
Johnny T. D'Souza.
Grace C. Lynn.
Alexis P. DeMarucot.
Susanna Liu.
James K. Dooley.
Eric C. McNee.
John F. Doyle III.
Nathan P. McNulty.
Amber N. Dudley.
Christopher M. Mitchell.
Joseph A. Dunn III.
Gregory T. Nachtraub.
David A. Eckford.
Deblina Payne.
David J. Edry.
Shirali Pandija.
Sarah J. Egan.
Jungwan G. Park.
Maury Eisenberg.
Siddhart V. Puram.
Sergio Elizondo.
Irma B. Rangel Arakon.
Hadi L. Sol.
Vivek J. Rao. Ashley S. Robinson.
What is the next one? Luca Erpucci? Luca Erpucci? Okay, they were out of line. So they're out of line. Okay. And Sergio got it, right? Luca Erpici.
Bradley R. Rubin.
Kwai Quen Fan.
Teresa W. Shire.
Alberto M. Faronato.
Mandeep Singh.
Ron S. Feldman.
Hillary B. Stanton.
Yuan Max Feng.
Albert Su.
Paula M. Ferguson.
Yon Sun.
Jesus M. Fernandez Salido.
Jose Ramon Torradas.
John Fesco.
Annie Tung.
Jed Finn.
Erin R. Tyndall.
Edward E. Freifogel.
Eric L. Van Nostrand.
Allison T. Friedman.
Jennifer T. Wang.
Gary Fung.
Schwinn S. Wang.
Bruno de Lima Furtado.
Francis S. Waleski.
Antonio M. Galoni.
Melissa P. Wu.
Avtandil Garakanidze.
Michael M. Young.
Ricardo Garcia de Alba.
Mandy M. Young.
Andrew C. Garshogan.
Iris Yonakura.
Maria Genzel.
Joey M. Youngblood.
Dar Gerskovich.
Veronica Zepeda.
Jeffrey P. Gerson.
Hanshi Zhang.
Benjamin K. Gill.
Bachelor of Science, as recommended by the Department of Biology, Emily I. Chang.
Justin D. Ging.
Caroline J. Fu.
Andre Giesiger.
Padma R. Gunda.
Yael Glassman.
Lydia A. Helliwell.
Paul T. Glomsky.
Sheila M. Krishna.
Toru Gojo,
Elizabeth T. Nguyen,
Vadim Goland,
Andrew T. Singleton,
Sergio Gongora,
Ging H. Tang,
Inigo Gonzalez de Cosio,
Sine A. Vogel,
Anil Gopala,
Frederick D. Wang,
Rachel S. Greenblatt, Xiao Charles Guo,
Jason W. Christopher,
Jose F. Guzman Morales,
Max L. Cohen,
Gudmundur Hafsteinson,
Virginia L. Corliss,
Stefan Hamann,
Sally K. Crawford,
Lynn F. Haupt,
Seth E. Dorfman,
Elizabeth A. Haynes,
Alan M. Dunn,
Stephen G. Hazelton,
Jeffrey C. Falkenbach,
Yifan He,
Mark D. Fernandez,
Stephanie J. Healy,
Aaron D. Fink,
G.T. Heaps Nelson,
Alan L. Gardner III,
Chad D. Heaton,
Matcha Y. Gilbert Schachter,
Hildegard Hines,
Valerie Gordeski,
Mark A. Hendy,
Jillian M. Harding,
Megan F. Henshin,
Benjamin M. Hebert,
Carlos A. Herrera Abella,
Mark A. Hirschberg,
Christopher H. Hertz,
Ethan G. Howe,
Jennifer K. Hill,
Maria Kamenetska,
Toshihiko Hiroshima,
Andrew P. Kohler,
Grant I. Ho,
George H. Lamb,
Elizabeth A. Hoffman,
David Lopez Matios,
Thomas E. Hollenberg,
Jeremy K. Mason,
Cale M. Holman,
Ilya Mirkin,
Heath M. Holtz,
Nazruddin A. Nazarali,
Benjamin M. Holzman,
Molly S. Peoples,
Amaury C. Hong,
Ray A. Perlner,
Nancy C. Hugh,
Robert C. Palava Podgorski,
David H. Huey,
Elizabeth S. Potocek,
William F. Hull V,
Jordan I. Rubenstein,
Tai Young Huang,
Maria C. Shriver,
Maria del Pilar Iglesias,
Michael D. Sikora,
Juanita Isaza,
Alexander Selim,
David O. Jackson,
Yu Chi,
Eric S. Jacobson,
Alexander G. Skorodkod,
Matthew D. Jarman,
Emily L. Spangler,
Seung Wan Jeong,
Anthony J. Taliaferro,
Rushan Jiun,
Brian P. Tam,
Sawani S. Giratanan,
Susanna M. Tone,
Connor Jones,
Jonathan S. Varsanik,
Nicholas A. Jones,
Mark E. Vodhanel,
Kaushik V. Joshi,
Harris H. Wang,
Shunga Kamwambe,
Francis W. Weld,
Byungyup Byron Kang,
Andrew P. Whitehead,
Armina Karapetian,
Shusuke Yamada,
Norman W. Cairo,
Farah Zahir,
Laura J. Cauterer,
Bachelor of Science in Brain and Cognitive Sciences, Shiva Ozma,
Omer S. Kaya,
Margaret J. Blaney,
Shane Keats,
Huayu S. Chern,
Anita Kosla,
Ann B. Chin,
Christopher Kilburn Peterson,
Charlene Swong, member of the class of 2005 Executive Committee,
Ginny O. Kim,
Sandra M. Chung,
Ju Wan Kim,
Daniel H. Daneshvar,
Lawrence H. Kim,
Alex R. DiCieno, member of the class of 2005 Executive Committee,
Joanna L. Klein,
Jaron E. Finch,
Michael L. Klein,
Amy C. Fisher,
Jose A. Klicksberg Call,
Danielle L. Flug,
Bong D. Ko,
Christine R. Fry,
Philip B. Komarnitsky,
Christina Fuentes,
Chauba Z. Kopani,
Neo J. Gumo,
Dmitry Korvyakov,
Shima Gaswami,
Milena P. Krasteva,
Tyler D. Griffith,
Niraj Kumar,
Kelly B. Hahn,
Anthony K. Chiyama,
Haruka Horiuchi,
Yun Yi Ruby Lam,
Nasheed I. Jamal,
Charlotte V. Lanier,
Philip A. Janowitz,
Fong Q. Lee,
Kimberly A. Kempadu,
Carolyn F. Lee,
Samir M. Kendale,
Elaine Y. Lee,
Gargi D. Curray,
Ju Yong Lee,
Jonathan Y. Lee,
1J Lee,
Laurel Y. Lee,
Mark J. Larrick,
Ryan Lowe,
Alex Leung,
Jenna N. Matheny,
Brian L. Levine,
Anna E. Meissner Holt,
Econ Lee,
Farhan I. Murali,
Charlene A. Liu,
Caroline A. Niziolek,
Heather M. Lindell,
Adam M. Packer,
Jian Liu,
Rina P. Patel, member of the class of 2005 Executive Committee,
Nicholas M. Lopez,
Wendy M. Pierce,
Alexander Lukopoulos,
Mariana A. Racale,
Elliot Lum,
Gabriel L. Romero,
Jeremy V. McDonald,
Natasha N. Rushing,
Katie C. Meng,
Swati M. Saini,
Paula Maleh,
Santhia Sitaraman,
Paulo R. Marquezan,
Christopher C. Walsh,
James K. Marchetti,
Lisa Wu,
Michaela Martelli,
Shijun C. Shi,
Kaznori Malyama,
Bachelor of Science in Earth, Atmospheric, and Planetary Sciences, Susanna M. Dorfman,
Kotaro Matsuda,
Jessica L. Haran,
Yukari Matsuzawa,
Lindsay E. Hayes,
Brett T. Mattingly,
Siobhan N. Hilton,
Carlos Masariegos,
Meredith E. Peck,
Neville G. McCarran,
Michael L. Solcheski,
William McCullen,
Bachelor of Science in Mathematics, Yana Averbuk,
Christopher D. McFadden,
Julian D. Avila,
Derek G. McGee,
Anna D. Bergren,
Eric A. McGill,
O'Neill G. Balala,
Kevin B. McKenney,
Anna Marie R. Bowman,
Kirk D. McCown,
Joel Brichard,
Cornelius C. McNabb,
Philip A. Brocum,
Sumit Mehra,
Jason W. Chu,
Andres E. Mendoza Pena,
Yvonne C. Christoph,
Jung K. Min,
Thomas R. Covert,
Paul Mingardi,
Gabriel K. Cunningham,
Maxim Mironov,
Catherine E. Dallas,
Lucia Hoi Ning Mok,
Fernando M. Duarte,
Corey W. Monroe,
Yamima Eden,
Angie Montgomery,
Rachel L. Fink,
Benton S. Moyer,
Kaiwing G. Fung,
Paul T. Murphy,
Elizabeth L. Greenwood,
Allison B. Nocton,
Joshua A. Grochow,
Jonas Nebielul Kifel,
Teal M. Judici,
Jesse I. Needleman,
Mark A. Halsey,
Stephen J. Nolan,
James M. Harvey,
Nicole A. Nolette,
Cecilia Enrique,
Anne-Catherine J. Oitian,
Lindsay A. Howie,
Hideaki Okamoto,
Anya Kopyaleva,
Stuart M. Ongchin,
Lorelei L. Larking,
Rebecca O'Reilly,
Kim W. Larson,
Martine E. Palchik,
Chunche V. Lin,
John M. Palmer,
Bert D. Liu,
Christina W. Pan,
Michael Lugo,
Nicholas Panitsas,
Jared W. Lynham,
Paul John S. Paredes,
Christopher M. Mace,
Nimish M. Parikh,
Stephen G. Mayeris,
Alice Park,
Aaron P. Marcus.
Jugiju W. Park,
Carola Mezaros.
Se Chang Park,
Raja Mohan.
Darren T. Parker,
Daniel K. Murphy.
Deborah D. Pasikoff,
Michael Nagel.
Steen K. Pedersen,
Anelika M. Osorno Calderon.
Lisbeth D. Peters,
David A. Pritchard.
Joel E. Pato Jr.,
M. Suhaimi Rumley.
Brandon M. Pellegrino,
Rory W. Rother.
Sulin Peng,
David D. Shin.
Minya J. Pentila,
Jennifer E. Smith.
Timochin H. Pervana,
Immanuel I. Stoika.
Sergei Y. Pijukov,
Mark D. Strauss.
John M. Pierre,
Michael A. Thilmont.
Bryce J. Poland,
Enrique Uriña Acosta.
Dingming Simon Poon,
Rui L. Viana Filho.
Jorge Porras Gutierrez,
William H. Williams.
Christopher Porter,
Christy L. Wood.
Jerome Poupon,
Jun Tao Wu.
Camille Prado,
Yelena Yasinik.
Brett Prince,
Shuang Yu.
Syriac Buemi Sukam,
Bachelor of Science in Mathematics with Computer Science, David L. Fernandez.
Kamal S. Kadir,
Asanka C. Hayrath.
Claudio Queral Calderon,
Daniel Lee.
Prithvi S. Rajagopalan,
Sarah A. Lieberman.
Ramani Ramachandran,
Seth J. Maston.
Kalina I. Rangelova,
Connor M. Murray.
Aaron M. Rafel,
Scott M. Stransky.
Ramesh Kumar Ravikumar,
Alexander L. Thane.
Christine Reiners Cummins,
Diane Yang.
Nathaniel C. Roberts,
Yevgeny K. Zaitman.
Manuel Robledo Tort,
Advanced degree diplomas will now be presented to students in the School of Science who have completed the specified degree requirements. Master of Science in Biology, Rong Kong.
Liliana N. Robu,
Master of Science in Physics, Stephen N. Cho.
Luis X. Rojas,
Maxim B. Shatangev.
Marjorie L. Rosenthal,
Master of Science in Atmospheric Science, David D. Flagg.
Kimon D. Rufus,
Doctor of Philosophy with all the rights and privileges pertaining thereto, Sinan O. Akchiz.
Israel Rosen,
Bart M. Bartlett.
Ethan G. Russell,
Boyan Bistrovich.
Brendan M. Ryan,
Adam S. Bolton.
Mira K. Sani,
Matthew A. Borthwick.
Arvinder S. Saluja,
Silan E. Boulay.
Balash Charlosh,
Jeffrey R. Shabbat.
Masahide Sato,
Michael C. Ching.
Nicholas A. Scafuro,
J. Yerk Choi.
Renata Duarte Scafuro,
Jamie D. Choi.
Rachel R. Schiff,
Christopher B. Crawford.
Nobuhiko Seki,
Daniela De Silva.
Jung Ran Shin,
Christopher L. Douglas.
Jose F. Siade Sahiga,
Elka Duchart.
Brian W. Seifering,
Joel D. Eves.
Janina Silva,
Joshua S. Figueroa.
Jaime Enrico R. Singson,
Michael F. Forbes.
Andres Levinsky,
Sebastian F. Franco.
Ellen G. Sluder,
Arvin Govindarajan.
Clifford A. Smith,
Ghislaine Granger.
Jason M. Smith,
Umut Guersoy.
Myung Sup Song,
Lawrence D. Guth.
Maria C. Sonnet,
Mohammed Tage Hajiagahi.
Mauricio N. Sufen,
Edward J. Hennessy.
Joshua A. Spinac,
Andre G. Enrique.
Robert G. Stevens,
Mihai Ibanescu.
Mark E. Stover,
Sergei Ilian.
Mark A. Strohmeyer,
J.L. Kane,
Rahul Swanee,
Young Mi Kim,
Noor Swide,
Stephen E. Corbley,
Adrian Thompson,
Robert L. Corti,
Donato Torres,
Christoforos Kouvaris,
Demosthenes Tsoukalas,
Phoebe H. Kwan,
Michael I. Tsun,
Thomas F. Lamb,
Jane Geraldine Tunnell,
Michael S. Lawrence,
Charles P. Terlinsky III,
W. G. Lawson,
Rashmi Venkatesh,
Eunice Y. Lee,
Javier E. Vicente Duboc,
Sandra Leukenhuis,
Peter C. Vinnick,
Annabelle S. Menzies,
Matthew R. Vocone,
Ara H. Mamarian,
Shu Rong Wang,
Vahab S. Mirokni IV,
Michael T. Wargel,
Predrag L. Nikolic,
Trevor Q. Wendy,
Alexei A. Oblomkov,
Courtney B. Wheaton,
Dragos N. Opria,
Rebecca M. White,
Bo R. Pili,
Roy C. Wilderman, Jr.,
Per Olaf Persson,
Eric L. Williams,
Amy M. Pooler,
Evan M. Witt,
Peter R. Poulain,
Vivian L. Wong,
Matthew P. Renka,
Claudia Wu,
Deborah M. Rothman,
Hideaki Yajima,
Toshimasa Sakamoto,
Soichi Yamaguchi,
Philip M. Sheehy,
Anna Yankova,
Melissa D. Schultz,
Makoto Yoku,
Nathan E. Stott,
Tomohiro Yone,
Eric R. Streeter,
Brinjar P. Young,
Yuxuan Su,
Zhang Yuan,
Edmund K. C.,
Demetrio Zanartu,
Joseph B. Tracy,
Charles Zedleski,
Joshua C. Vaughn,
Leonid Zeltzer,
Julie A. Wallace,
Matt J. Ziskin,
Dong Wang,
Frederic Zusa,
David W. Ward,
Master of Science in Management of Technology, Anindita Dutt,
Julia A. Wormer,
Yoshiro Fujimori,
Damon Wu,
Sanjay H. Inamdar,
Jenlun Wu,
Katsuki Ishii,
Etna W. Won,
Hiroyuki Oto,
Shilong Yang,
Master of Science in Operations Research, Lincoln J. Chandler,
Eugene W. Yo,
Randall E. Hickman,
Juan Zhang,
Jeremy S. Malaski,
Vitaly Ziskin,
Ketty Tanazar,
the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology offer joint programs of education and research in oceanography and applied ocean science and engineering. John W. Farrington, Vice President for Academic Programs and Dean at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, is here to participate with President Hockfield in awarding the following joint degrees. Doctor of Philosophy, with all the rights and privileges pertaining thereto, Eric J. Anderson.
Theophan Weber,
Ryan M. Eustace,
Matthew C. Roten,
Annette F. Govindarajan,
Doctor of Philosophy, with all the rights and privileges pertaining thereto, Augustine Bompadre,
Christopher N. Roman,
P. Henrik M. Bressman,
Louise A. Sulza,
Felipe Caro,
Janelle R. Thompson.
David B. Fitasi,
Advanced degree diplomas will now be presented to students in the Whitaker College of Health Sciences and Technology who have completed the specified degree requirements. Master of Science in Biomedical Informatics, Feng Sui He.
Stefan I. Gedge,
Regis Stephen,
Yu J. Hu,
Jennifer Y. Sun,
Ekaterina V. Lesnaya,
Young Yu Zhang.
Ji Woong Shin.
Master of Science in Health Sciences and Technology, Hong H. Cheng.
Advanced degree diplomas will now be presented to students in the School of Architecture and Planning who have completed the specified degree requirements. Master of Architecture, Charles B. Austin.
Amanda J. Graves.
Christopher R. Becker.
Chad D. Holland.
William J. Braddock.
Doctor of Science with all the rights and privileges pertaining thereto, Christopher E. Carr.
Elizabeth K. Burrow.
Doctor of Philosophy with all the rights and privileges pertaining thereto, Laura C. Dilley.
Kwan Y. Chan.
Raymond L. Goldsworthy.
Christopher S. Sorello.
Thomas Helt.
Justin F. Crane.
Annika K. Imbrie.
Molly S. Four.
Tony H. Coe.
James C. Foran.
Kumaran Kolandaivalu.
Jeremy M. Gates.
Michael A. Olliger.
Emily S. Tabo Gilmar.
Patrick L. Purdon.
Naomi L. Horowitz.
Arina S. Sigolovsky.
Sawako Kayajima.
Annette M. Taberner.
Skander Luorasi.
Ricky T. Tong.
Christian D. McCarroll.
Tanya T. Tran.
James E. Maychek III.
Ernest N. Ya.
Daniel J. Malino. Christopher J. Muskupf. Virginia G. Nolan. Sarah K. Rosler. Carl A. Solander. Tony H. Sue. Master of Science in Architecture Studies, Joanne A. Blanc. Philippe C. Bloch. Konstantinos Charias. Tripti G. Chandorkar. Panagiotis Kagitsakiris. Thomas M. Dietz. Arash Etamad Yosefi. Akira Gunji. Michaela Heinemann. Han M. Hong. Amanda Eichert. Lydia Kaliapoliti. Marianthi Liapi. Wendy K. Maguro. Nikki M. Moore. Lisa G. Mosier. Philippe C. Saad. Nicholas S. Sensky. Hiao Tian. Alexandros Samis. Master of Science in Building Technology, Man Shi Lo. Molly E. McGuire. Master of Science in Visual Studies, Carolyn J. Bodel. Ross B. Cicernos. Master in City Planning, Elsie E. Achubwe. Kim L. Aline. Matthew Amengual. Diana Bernal. Ariel H. Bierbaum. Hiba Buwakar. Peter J. Brandenburg. Aaron M. Camarina. Claudia Canepa. William J. Carey. Brian C. Che. Danny Chirian. Beatriz De La Torre. Tom Minty Duan. Helen C. Donaldson. Mark D. Emmert. Ian J. Finlayson. Whitney J. Fouts. Anna J. France. Leaning Gong. Anubhav Gupti. Shoma S. Hawk. Anne-Marie H. Herbst. Ursula Hester. Sarah D. Kelly. Amy J. Cohn. Pankaj Kumar. Maria Ela J. Lazarte. Anjali Mahendra. Daniel M. McCarthy. Jody M. Misiak. Leslie M. Mullins. Karuna Murdaya. Hirotoshi Otsubo. Carly Payne. Justin T. Pauley. Jennifer L. Pizer. Jill S. Pike. Lily B. Pollins. Solana C. Rice. Heather E. Richardson. Brian E. Robinson. Susana Maria Rojas de Williams. Monica Romas. Ara L. Shur. Diana R. Sherman. Sarah S. Shin. Miriam L. Sorrell. Moshahida Sultana. Roger Torino, Jr. Melody E. Tullier. Maureen D. Vikrama. Sarah E. Williams. And Valentina Zuena.
Graduates, congratulations. It's now my pleasure to introduce Linda Sharp, the Chief Marshal, who will greet the graduates. Ms. Sharp is a member of the class of 1969 and is currently serving as the president of the Association of Alumni and Alumnae of MIT. Linda?
It is my honor to recognize the distinguished class of 2005, the newest alumni of MIT. The entire alumni body, now some 110,000 strong, joins me in congratulating all of the 2005 graduates and officially welcoming you into the alumni family, your infinite connection to MIT.
At the conclusion, a reception will follow on Kresge Oval in the West Campus Plaza. Now I'd like to ask the group to stand and join the MIT chorallaries in singing the school song.
The future again at Tech on Boylston Street. Dressed in my dinky uniform, so dapper and so neat. I'm crazy after calculus, I never had enough. 'Twas hard to be dragged away so young, 'twas horribly, awfully tough. Hurrah for technology, hurrah-ology, oh, glorious old technology, hurrah-ology, oh. Back in the days we were free from care in the ology varsity shop, with nothing to do but analyze Aaron and then a metrical top. The differentiation of the trigonometric bars, the constant pi that made me sigh in those happy days of ours. Hurrah for technology, hurrah-ology, oh, glorious old technology, hurrah-ology, oh. Take me back on the specials to the glorious institute. I yearn for the inspiration of the technological toot. I shun the classical, physical, graph, and temperamental that. But how enough to go again in the didactic that. La 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 la. O M-A-S-S-A-C-H-U-S-E-T-T-S I-N-S-T-I-T-U-T-E-O-F-T-E, and then it's C-H-N-O-L-O-G-A-Y comes after G. It's the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Hey!